that's also a stream for the multi stream. Alright, so guess who is super low energy today? Yeah, that's right. It's me. I have no energy. Whew. And I'm sort of in a but it's all good. But I mean sort of a tired I'm tired. Yeah, that's rambling, talking about a bit of nothing. Yes. So the low energy probably comes from the amount of food I literally just ate. But you know why it's a good time to have good energy? That's right. It's because today, tomorrow rather, it's a day off because it's a holiday. So I am so excited to have yeah, hello, to have exactly Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days beginning from this moment where I will not leave my apartment. It's gonna be great, and I'm gonna get super depressed because I won't be seeing the light of day except through the window, and I will get no air. It will be all stale. That's me. That's right. Ooh. Okay. How am I going to keep this energy level up? So, yeah, as mentioned, very tired. Not as in like I haven't had enough sleep, though I haven't had enough sleep. But more in a more as in a I feel kind of spent. I feel like I kind of want to rest my head. And what better way to rest your head than by playing too much Final Fantasy? Okay. Okay. Stretch. Posture check. Okay. Get into it. So last time, very important stuff. Last time, I lost internet. But I was in the middle of something. I was in the middle of... Hold on. I was in the middle of explaining something about weapons. Maybe if I do write weapon after the Google search and then I bring up Discord, which is not the thing that I am looking for. I am looking for... Ooh, okay, hold on. Oh, it's the same name, it's the same stream title. Whoops. I am taking the fight to the Empire. Big E, big T, exclamation mark. Done. Stream successfully updated. That's great. We only do professional stuff. Okay, yeah, that's right. Fixing things the moment you start instead of beforehand. Speaking of, as you well know, I fixed the CSS for the chat. Yeah, the chat. That's the word I was looking for. So now I don't... There's a thing up there. I think I need to fly to get up there. A vista. Hasta la vista. Oh, you've been writing CSS? I'm so sorry. Okay, CSS is okay, but it doesn't... It's fun because there's an immediate reaction, I think, but it's very confusing sometimes why stuff works and why it doesn't. Because all of the stuff are like applied in a... It feels semi-random sometimes. What they're supposed to be doing. But I guess that's something that just comes with experience. The more CSS, the more experience. And I feel like... Well, that makes my head hurt. Head hurty. it's I think the weird part about CSS is the it doesn't matter how much experience you have programming. It doesn't translate that well into CSS. JavaScript a little bit, though JavaScript is strange also. But if you have written in other coding languages, JavaScript doesn't feel that out there. Unless you've been writing code for a very long time. In that case, JavaScript feels really weird. Because they don't follow a lot of rules. And that's when you use TypeScript instead. But that's nice. It's nice. Today I have been... Have I been writing code? No, I haven't written a single line of code today. I've been in one meeting and then I've done code reviews for the whole day. And also, okay, we were looking at like the amount of AI tokens the office had been using. Because we are now 13 days in to the month and we have spent all of our allotted tokens. And I was like, oh no, I sure hope I haven't been asking too many questions. I am, along with the other backender, the person who has spent the least amount of tokens. So at least I've got that going for me. But that like I haven't been using that many in general. In case you have to write code, then oh no, I have to write code. What? I can't get an AI to write it for me. Damn, I might as well get the hammer and chisel out and begin. What is it called? Not heckling. That's another word in English. Like weaving together metal bands, like they did in the olden days. Because dang, I can't be coding. Yeah, so it's our front end guy. By the way, total call out. Our front end guy and our and one of our infrastructure guys that have been using like a massive ton, and then another infrastructure guy that has been using so much, which is weird because both of them are all three of them actually are very smart. So I guess my guess is they are using AI in a very productive way, but it also feels like holy shit, they've used so much. Yeah. I think also they're working on just developing skills for writing with AI. But I feel like these skills are probably not that good if you end up using that many tokens. And then again, like it's about the amount of value you end up creating for the company. Because if you don't create if it costs like say 1,000 euros extra, right? It's still probably worth it for the company. Because then they just pay those 1,000 euros and you are more productive. But I don't know. This is why I don't own business. Okay, so what I wanted to show. Hold on. I believe in myself. Can I press this button and then also press this button? Yes. Okay, so this is a katar. Or a punch dagger or whatever, what have you. This is the regular weapon that the monks use because it's really easy to translate between like knuckle dusters and a punch dagger. Because it's essentially the same animation. You're punching people, right? That makes sense? Good. The other weapon that I was confusing was the gata, which is like a gauntlet with a sword, which I think the reason why I'm mentioning this is because one of the rewards is a gata. Yeah, and that's that was what I was in the middle of explaining when the internet left me. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but the internet is back. I cannot remember what I talked with Lisa about. It was something about us fighting on top of this hand, with the trailer for Stormblood. And also she is wearing new clothes because he beg in black. I took off my pants. Hell yeah. I do not want to be a pants wearer when I'm skitty. I don't want to be wearing pants when I'm home. And also I just ate something that had a lot of tomato in it. Like a tomato gravy thingy soup. And you know, my paint is tomato, my brush is the spoon, and my canvas are my pants. And that is why I am not wearing pants. But I'm wearing some neat ducky boxes. I love these boxes. So I'm not entirely naked, you know? That would be against Twitch terms of service or something. But what did happen otherwise? Because someone got hurt, right? Oh yeah, Alice got hurt. Unfortunately, she survived. And then I talked to her, and she was like, "Wait a moment." And then I waited a moment, and 30 minutes later, she was wearing new stuff, new clothes, new. Yes. Okay. Yeah. What else? What else? Nothing else, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. To Cupbind, you would actually be interested in this. Wait, I have to. Hold on. I have to get the reward, because once I have the reward, I can show you. Maybe we got a little carried away, but you have to admit, that was fun. Alright, I just fought her. And I won. Thank you, Ivory. You're the best kind of friend, the kind that's not afraid to knock some sense into you. This is not the reward. God, oh my god, why does this always happen? Okay, here we go. Gauntlets. This is not gauntlets. These are greaves. Boots? Yeah, boots. But if you consider that hands and feet are essentially the same organ, then it's gauntlets. And these are ugly. I don't like them. And these are okay. What about these? I prefer these. Okay, complete. So, okay, what I was cheek to cheek, that's like a song. What I was showing was, yeah, and yeah, the bata and the katar, because the monks in this game use the katar, and I thought there was a bata at some point, or I misremembered something as the bata. That was what I was talking about. But the bata is okay, I was about to say it's really cool. This is actually a really fucking stupid weapon. Excuse your language. Like, some Indian was like, what if... Okay, and hold up. What if I took a sword and then literally made it worse in every way? Because you can't move your wrist, and you don't have a lot of structure or strength behind it. You cannot change grip. This is actually just shite. This is not much better. But at least it's short, I guess. So it doesn't like move, like if someone else has a sword and they parry, it doesn't move your weapon out of the way, but your hands are super exposed. The only thing these two have going for them is that they're slightly better than just using your hands. Pada is a basket-hilted broadsword, but rotated. No basket-hilted broadsword. I say confidently because I'm a fool. Okay, so the difference is this guy, you can change your grip on this guy. Okay? Like that's the main difference. Where if you look at the pata, you can't move your wrist. Like it's so bad. So in order to like make a motion, you have to move by the elbow instead of by the wrist. Meaning you will have a hard time making proper cuts. You will have a hard time making proper parries. You will have a hard time getting parried. It makes me sad, and therefore we have to go back. It's okay. So one of the reasons why I've been rocking with this particular axe for all of this time, and why I like it so much, is because this weapon is kind of, it seems almost functional, which is a lot to say. And genuinely, I think an axe is really boring as a weapon. But once you modify it and make it into a polearm, it becomes interesting. And this is not an axe. It is closer related to something like a billhook. It is very thick and very, like, short, stubby is the name. And then it also has this weird spear protrusion. But it almost kind of looks like the design almost kind of could work. It's a little short. But, you know, it has the girth. Okay, what are you writing? Some of the Scottish variants have very little wrist motion as well, but the gata does have a bit of movement. Okay, I think I will have to properly look at a video, because I haven't seen a demonstration. I've only looked like at people talking about it and people wearing it, because I feel like with the gata you aren't holding it, you're wearing it. Okay, let's see. What do you have? What do you have? What is this? It is a headgear. Oh my goodness. It looks awful. What about this one? Oh, it's also really bad. This one just doesn't appear because, okay, so they've tried to fix a bunch of this race, right? This race and the bunny race, they have had some issues with implementing hats for them. So in many cases they've just said the hat is invisible, and that's been their solution, which I think is a little boring. I would rather just have it clip and look bad, but it is what it is. They've been trying to fix it and update, and I think it's because the newer stuff works well, but then they'd have to go back and update all of the old stuff, which I don't think they want to. But also, if the gata was a better design, it would have evolved elsewhere as well. I don't know. I think that's it's risky to say a weapon is good if it evolves multiple places, right? It is a claim that you can make. Some of the absolutely best weapons have evolved multiple places, such as the spear. But the spear hasn't evolved multiple places because it's the best weapon. It's more likely that it's because it's the simplest weapon. And something to bear in mind with the Indian subcontinent is that they had some of the best metallurgy throughout most of history. So them inventing the gata, it doesn't surprise me that much. I claim that they have the best metallurgy, but that's mainly because some of the weird, wacky weapons that they've made, like the whip sword, which I can't remember what's called, and what's it called? And also like a bunch of too many things at once. Hold up, brain, separate. In general, craftsmen from the Indian subcontinent have always been regarded as high quality in the Middle East and in Europe. I don't know much about Asia. That's because they have created some incredibly nice textiles, because they had the ability for it. They have created something called, I believe it is actually called Indian rice paper, where the reason I know this is because someone presented their two separate collections of Lord of the Rings. One of them is a standard collector's edition hardback copy with all three books in like one box set. And when you take out one book and put it next to the entire trilogy printed on Indian rice paper in one book, that one book with all three books inside is thinner than one of the books from the regular hardback version. That is that surprises me. So it's like less than a third the thickness. And the same has been true for metallurgy, where if you got something made from an Indian, an Indian blacksmith, then it was generally very high quality. But I think that's based off like a one-off reference I heard in a TED talk. So, large grain of salt, I think I need to research that a bit more. As far as I know, at least, they just generally have really good metallurgy. A sword is a solid design and has been invented everywhere, also because it's a very simple design. It is a knife that is longer. Whoa, crazy stuff. And also I think the reason the sword... There's also a part of me that's like, I don't think the sword really evolved multiple places at the same time. I think it was spread. So, like, we have the sword in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia because those are very related. Whereas, if you look at Southern Africa and... Southeast Asia has swords. And if you look at the Americas, they didn't have swords, but I think it's just because it didn't really spread. Question mark. Okay, what do you write? What I mean is, in concept, the gata is just a straight sword blade with a crossbar handle combined with a gauntlet. There are a few examples of similar concepts, but rarely more than one-offs. That's... Yeah. I think we are in general agreement. That is what it is, and that is why it is bad. Because the good part about a straight sword is that you can change your grip and change the way it is pointing using your wrist. So taking that wrist motion away and also making it pointed directly forward, it loses a lot of your maneuverability. Imagine, even if you could use your wrist fully, if you just strapped a sword so it stuck directly out of your hand, you would lose a lot of structure for at least all of the regular moves that we are used to. I'm not saying it's impossible to perhaps make it work if you had like a weird not a hunter, an elite from Halo hand. You could probably make it work. I just have my doubts. Now that LSA is settled in, it's time that we rejoin the fight. Though actually maybe you and Alphino should go on ahead without me. Need to talk strategy with the officers. And that might take a while. Alright, well... Can I just run in circles then? Oh hey. Yeah, so I like shitting on a lot of weapons, but also I want to remind myself that unique weapons are really cool. I love it when people make unique weapons. So a famous example. Okay, I'm getting very distracted. A famous example is it the Klingon weapon? I don't remember what it's called. Klingon blade, the Bat'leth. Okay, this guy, right? This is invented for a sci-fi show, so it's not that great. You would think, like, rarely when something is in a sci-fi show or any fantasy show, it's that great or impressive. But this, like, design-wise, has some really neat applications, as some of the two of the best HEMA competitors tried it out to see, like, what can this thing do. It is inferior to a sword in unarmored duels because it lacks range. Because this is the way that you hold it. Also different shapes and such. But the thing that's so cool about it is it's really good at creating a defensive angle. So, like, you can just hold it up and your opponent will not be able to strike from that angle. So in that sense, it's sort of a shield, and it can also catch if people make stabs. But where it really shines is if you put someone in full plate armor and give them this. This is essentially something called half swording. Half sword. And half sword is a game on Steam. Hold on. HEMA. Half swording is... it's not that. It is this. Not that you're gripping your opponent's sword, but a half sword is like when you... What is up with this guy? Goodness. Why are there no direct examples? This one is good. It is when you grab your blade with one hand in order to steer it and create more pressure. And so you can jab it into, like, gaps and stuff. This has the same effect in how it, like, in how it generates power. And because it's double-bladed, you can easily shift and change. And because of these hooks, you can both catch your opponent's weapon, but also, crucially, you can catch your opponent's limbs and yank them. Which is... because the thing is, once you have full plate armor, you are essentially invincible. Which means the way you fight someone in full plate armor is by wrestling. So you win by wrestle. Caveats, of course, you can get around armor, you can basically never get through armor, but you can get around it. So there are less protected gaps, such as groin and armpits, and where the elbows bend and such. Sometimes it's also, like, open in the back, and I've been ignoring your message, but I felt like I had to say all of this. On the sword design concept, there are a few Meso-South Americans, and I can think also Hawaiian weapons, that use other than metallic objects to produce a cutting effect, like obsidian and shark teeth. That is true. I would struggle to consider them swords, though. Let me bring it up again. Sword, Hawaiian. So there's this guy. And there is an equivalent. Yeah, the Makuahuil. This is a really difficult language to pronounce, especially when I'm doing it wrong. It is called a sword. I think I would classify this not as a sword, but more like a club. But I definitely see that, like, it shares a lot of elements with a sword, and it is essentially a sword. But it feels weird to say a non-metallic sword, if you know what I mean. I mean, maybe it is. It's called a swordfish weapon. This one calls it the Aztec Greatsword. Hold on. I am thinking of something like a kanabo, because that's what it reminds me of. It is a sharp kanabo, which is just a big stick. But this one, the difference is, this one uses the weight of the weapon. Oh, what is that Indian weapon called? Indian big ball on stick weapon. Yeah, this one. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Yeah, it's... Okay, it's this one. Thank you, grainy picture. Called the man catcher. I don't think that's quite correct. But it's a very short scepter that's really heavy at the top. But the difference between all of those is that they use momentum. And this does not use momentum in the same way. Is also round-pilled while the others are flat with edge-pilled. Yes, it sort of has an edge. And that is what creates the semi-cutting motion, cutting effect. I say semi because I think when you are hit by this and you do perform a cut, I wouldn't call it a cut. Do chainsaws cut? I guess they cut. Do a saw cut? I guess it cuts. Yeah, I suppose it is a cut, but it's not the straight edge sort of cut, if you know what I mean. Nevertheless, a really cool weapon. I just love that, you know, humans have spent so much time and effort in order to have the biggest stick so they can hurt others the bestest. And it's like an evolutionary thing, right? I would prefer if people didn't find it necessary to fight and kill one another and have a long history for it. But it is, but the reason I call it evolutionary is not because, like, humans are forever destined to kill each other because it lies in our DNA. It's more of a practicality thing, right? I'll read that in just a moment. It's more of a practicality thing because, as a rule, if someone else is like invests in big damage, then you have to be able to answer that big damage somehow. Otherwise, big damage is going to come and take everything from you that isn't the thing that you value the most, which allegedly should be your life. So you have to be able to either hurt them or make sure they can't hurt you. And as such, humans have found ingenious ways to just fight one another. Very cool, very interesting, and also it's been super glorified. So, you know, swords are like seen as holy symbols today, and I'm not above it. I think swords are super cool, but it is kind of sad. Okay, now, I think the point, no edge intended, is that they produce cuts rather than blunt damage. I mean, okay, let's take this as an example. This guy is also, like, this weapon here is also designed to be swung recklessly at your opponent, and it doesn't produce blunt damage either, but it doesn't produce a cut exactly. I would hazard a guess. Same goes for, is it the poleaxe? No, I suppose that would be blunt. There is like a pickaxe looking weapon. I will not look it up. I have looked up too many weapons. We need to continue the storyline. Anywho, what do you have to say for yourself, Alphano? There you are. What was it that least wanted of you? Murmur. Ah ha ha, a sparring match on the destroyer's very palm. I would have liked to have seen that. But she is right. We have lingered here long enough. I am ready to depart when you are. Take care, you do. Don't do anything I wouldn't. And you had better not rise from that bed until you are given express permission to do so. Orion Shea will be paying you a visit soon, and he is already worried enough as it is. We have a long road ahead of us. Lead the way, Ivory. Alright. Where am I going? Speak with Pippin at Castrum. Where is the Castrum? Oh, I think this is a day where I'm going to ruin my voice. That's just what happens. Eh. As is life, as is the thing. Okay, so... Whoopsies. How go? Yeah, there I go. There should be something closer, no? Adjoining area. I guess I should just have, you know... No, wait, I couldn't. I was about to say, like, I could have gone and went into the next area. And then, you know, unlock the teleportation and then go back through. But I literally just completed that part of the quest. So, impossible. Yeah. Good Blade. Apropos, welcome to Good Blade. So I suppose Good Blade is the name of this ruined town, ruined city. It's not been mentioned at all. I do like the more subtle world building sometimes when you actually pay attention to it. It's difficult because White Rock as well. Because a lot of these areas, right? They have story and they have world building baked into it. But if it's not presented, I don't notice. And sometimes when it is presented, I don't notice either. But it is... I feel like it's always like such a good experience when you begin... Okay, I'm stupid. When you begin seeking it out, right? When you begin seeking out the world building elements, and you look at stuff like from a way closer perspective than it sometimes is intended, but when it is intended, it just feels so good to notice. Ooh, but what were they using these crates for? The answer is nothing. It would just look really boring if this wall was naked. And then so you get to have like yeah, your world feels richer, more lived in, more immersive, and also it creates an interest that is deeper than I'm just playing this game, right? And this is environmental storytelling. I don't think that counts as world building, but I also do like environmental storytelling, where you can clearly see, oh no, something has happened here. It's not that necessary for this area because, I was here, and also there's still fire particles. Wonder if they turn those off, like later in the storyline. I have a sneaking suspicion they will never turn it off, so this will be perpetually just destroyed for the rest of forever. Just like how Ishgard, the main city from expansion number 3, if Realm Reborn was 2, but the first expansion from Final Fantasy XIV, the second version, yeah, that place. When you arrive, it has just been destroyed, and it is in perpetual disrepair since, and forever onward. From then, I need some water. Oh, man, I'm just passing through. Why do I fail everything? Okay, hold on. Apropos failing everything. I've been spending some time feeling really stupid at work. Not in a funny way, just in a... It's hard to contribute as much as I want to. And it's been making me feel like... that I'm just not good enough. And that happens. That happens sometimes. It does make one nervous. But in time, I'm sure... like a lot of people will probably have felt the same as me throughout all of time, that they aren't good enough, they aren't smart enough, and I think it's very normal. But I wish there was like a proper way to tell, I suppose, if it is good enough. A friend of mine once told me that if you spend all of the energy worrying about whether or not you're good enough on becoming better, then that'll just be a net win. But I feel like that comment is it's one of those comments that require you to sort of get it. Like, you can't repeat it, you can't tell anyone else, but you can get it, and then, you know, fix yourself from that point. But if you don't get it, it just sounds, I don't know, arrogant, or blind maybe, because it gives sort of a what's it called, a whenever someone is like, hey, you just don't be depressed, kinda, or don't think about pink elephants. It's that kind of thing. Like, a lot of people simply aren't able to control what they think about it, what they worry about it, what they're anxious about. As I imagine you are very well familiar with. So, in that sense, like, that's in my short life, I've sort of found that is the that is what it means to find yourself, right? When you find some trick or some sentence or something that just clicks. And then from then on, you can be like, oh yeah, I guess life is just how it is, and it's all good from there. And, like, of course you'll when you're like, oh yeah, I fixed my life, I finally get it, everything clicks, there will be times where it just, you know, bounces back, and you're like, no, I don't I thought I had it, but then I lost it. It has happened to me many times. Yeah, and it's sort of happening to me again. Not in you have to worry about me kind of way, but as in what I was used to has sort of changed, and what I need to be doing has also changed. So it's sort of like a little out of balance. Hello, Pippin. What do you have to say for yourself? You are returned. How fares your sister, Alphino? Her rapier wit remains undulled, for better or for worse. Have there been any developments in our absence? I am proud to say that Castrum Albania is now wholly under our control. At present we are taking stock of the enemy supplies and redistributing them amongst our men. Also, while sifting through the officer's documents, we learned that a unit of skulls under Fodola's command passed through the Castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. It has to be Kyle! In all likelihood, yes. You will be glad to hear that the tunnel leading to the locks have been secured by our soldiers and now safe for travel. And one final piece of good news, reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which has established a new base of operations within the locks. Commander Hex should be arriving soon, yes? When she does, we will call a meeting to discuss the final stage of Rorgor's Beacon. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Yeah, you better... Okay, I guess we do a pan-up. An Alamegan folk dress. How very fitting and well-fitting, I might add. I wanted to do something for Ida. And myself. Again, very terrible protection. This is it, the last push. We're coming for Kyle. And it is opened. The second gate I suppose, that we've gone through in this expansion. Big massive gate. I guess this is just about walls and gates.
I remember my father's words.
Sorry.
How they rang in my ears as we left Castra Mabania behind and looked out over the locks before us. Comrades brave and true. They had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us. To stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor.
Thank you, Sean Bean.
Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Xenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say.
Whoops.
Regardless, we
My
can
bad.
ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you? Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it. The Immortal Flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
Of course. You can count on us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Xenos. As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Ralga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamigo will be ours once more!
Alright, well, excuse me for ignoring chat. You're saying the Lalafell with the sword must be Pippin, would only reach the stomach. I mean, and then you wouldn't need protection from above. I think that would be... I think you would run into issues once, you know, there are multiple enemies, or in general, like, if Pippin has any ranged weapons. But yes, a set of a set of overalls or chest down defenses. But then if you fall over, you're also in a pickle, right? But it's like, but the idea is good. Like, yeah, people can jump multiple body heights, like this, which is a little intimidating. But the idea is good, right? Because if you are only attacked from the bottom, that means, like, what we currently do with armor, what we do in armor, what we did, let me try again, what we did with armor in our world was, we expected blows from above or from in front. So we had like layers that were falling down from the top, right? Kind of only protect your legs. But the thing is, all of the weak points are in the groin and in the armpits. And that is in order to make sure that you can move. You would shift those weak points to, instead of the groin, it would be the hips, right? Or the butt. And then instead of the armpits, it would be the top of the shoulder. Because if you're attacked from below, right, you need to protect your groin, which is where all of your opponent's weapons will be funneled into. So you would have like a reverse opposite design issue, which is hilarious and really weird. It would also mean in general you would have a hard time moving, because you would have to armor the groin so much. And it is very much a, well, theoretically, I'm sure some Lord of the Rings and also his history nerd has made like, well, if we were to fight dwarves, the most effective armor would be, yeah, and that person is a fucking nerd, and I'm not at all like him, because I'm not as smart. That's the main thing holding me back. I should probably attune to this thing before I forget. Okay, something that really bugs me. They are not, they're not that good at keeping the naming schemes, I feel like. Okay, so what I mean is, we have White Rock, we have Good Blade, we have the Iron Road, right? These are all names that are translated from some language that takes description, physical thing, of the radiator. Okay, and then you have like names like Radiata and Alakhiri, which I mean, I guess it's nicer to have somewhere called White Rock instead of Rakatul, right? Because you would be like, Rakatul, what the fuck does that mean? But it's fine for city and place names. But this is called Good Blade. So this is also the name of a place, but it's called Good Blade, and not Ala Blade. Yeah. And I noticed, because it's like, wait, hold on, the peaks, the Lochs, because this place is called the Lochs, and Loch is a it's a Gaelic word for lake. So, like, why Gaelic? Why did they choose the Gaelic word? Because there's nothing about this that screams Scottish, other than it having highlands. But the highlands in Scotland are wet, and it's like, it's grass and it's rolling hills, and this is jagged, like the Middle East, essentially. That is what springs to mind. Sahara, North Africa. Yeah. I suppose I would like. I'm just trying to say I would like them to invent a whole language, and then just start from how their molecular biology differs, and then evolve the rest of the world from there. Are there any golf courses in the region? Not that I have noticed. Let's see. This could be like a mini golf course if instead of mini it was mega. So that's that. Like this square place, this ziggurat. Also ziggurat, that is Mesopotamian. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense. Like, yeah. The stage is set and the players are assembled. Eorzea has come at last to drive the invaders from her lands. What would grandfather say if he were with us today? Don't you also have regular parents? Where are your parents? I feel like I already have this. So I'm just gonna pick this one. Oh, I think I can put it on and then... Yeah, and then immediately change into... Oh my god, okay. No, not update. How does this work again? I helped some other noob. Hold on, is it because I have to apply and then save? Okay. Game is hard. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about their home. I'd imagine if... Like, I don't get what their home situation is. It's like Alphino and LSA have this coolest granddad ever. And then both of their parents are like... They're just there also. They're doing nothing. What the heck is this? It's something I can't see, but it looks so whack. And all... oh my god, I can't... I hate this game. For all our other accomplishments, Kyle remains in the hands of our enemy. And I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Though we know that she was taken to the city, we have found nothing which might tell us where she's being held. Okay, I'm pausing what I'm reading to read what you're writing. Now they just don't want to talk to you. You know what? That makes sense. That was also LSA in the entire first 2 expansions, right? So, I get it. The family is just kind of recluse. I just have a feeling that the parents are more interesting than the children. Oh, it's Thancred, it's the ninja. Thancred, what have you learned? I shall spare you the particulars of my infiltration and simply state that I have seen her with my own eyes. She's being held within the residential district south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of an old temple of the Fist of Rorgor, within which the Imperials have constructed a research facility. Woo! That was a burp and a half. Oh, no sound, just vomit. Goodness, let me get some water. What manner of research? Oh, I still haven't... You know, sometimes glasses come with like a sticker on them to show where you bought it, right? I haven't taken any of the stickers off of my glasses, so I just got like my lips just touched the sticker that was like semi coming off, and suddenly that ruined the taste of the water. Why is the human body so stupid? Why, methods to imbue Gallians with the power to manipulate ether, in the pursuit of which goal the scientists have, I'm sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down, Alphino. We've already been tasked with securing the Alamegan quarter. This just gives us a reason to do it faster. Yeah, there's nothing like, oh no, the siege isn't going fast enough. Let me do it faster to really show those suckers in the city. Yeah, that's a joke. Wait, hold on, you've been writing. Now you know where she got it from. Huh? What Alice say, not wanting to talk to people? Yeah, from the parents? Yeah, okay, I get you. Calm down, Alphino. We've already tasked with securing Alamican Core. I already read this. You missed it? Oh, dang it. Well, sometimes I miss you. I entered and exiled the facility by stowing aboard Imperial transports, but that method is not suitable for a larger force, and it goes without saying that a direct assault on a rather substantial main gate would be ill-advised. I think I might know someone who can help. Nago, one of my men, he had an idea how to get into the city. Actually, it might be best if I let him explain it himself. Well, how often do you aim for yourself? I mean, I miss myself a lot of the time because it's really difficult to hit yourself when you throw stuff. It's been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Oh, it's the cynical youth? Yeah, I forgot him. But he was like in Rorgo's reach. Alagana, am I right? Hell yeah. Aye, Whiskers the name. I was raised in the peaks, but Mimim grew up in the city. Any road. I reckon we can get inside Alamican Quarter by the way of Lochsel. I mean, I guess they have like... They're trying to invoke some Scottishness. But... It's really not doing it. It feels surface level. Rather than... like anything substantial. It was a story my mum told us which made me think of it. She was always going on about what it was like when she was a girl. See, how they used to have to boil water from the well before they could drink it, since it was full of salt. And they were drawing salt water from the lochs, which means that there must be an underwater tunnel or something. Okay. Wait, why? Oh, it's because the lochs are full of salt water. And you don't consider that maybe they also have an underwater source that also has salty water. What? Or that the water flows down from, like, if the loch is up here at the top of her head and the city is up here, then the water would flow down and then they could grab it. And then... What is this conclusion? That's it. But it won't be as simple as going for a swim. The well was closed, see. Apparently Theodoric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading. So even if you come up through it, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of the lock gate. You know what? Okay, Sean Bourne isn't exactly Scottish. But he does have like... I think it's called a northerner accent. Okay, now I'm moving into territory where I'm not sure. But he is also Alamican, and him having a northerner accent kind of supports the whole Alamiga being Scottish. Except, you know, all of the word Alamiga doesn't sound like it is phonetically Scottish supported. The well was closed and a lock gate. At the time, my grandfather, being an enterprising sort, befriended a guard and lifted the key from his belt. He made a copy and carried on selling water until the Imperials invaded, and he ended up working at the saltery. In short, we need your grandfather's key, assuming he still has it. I'm certain he does, and I can take you to him, but it'll be dangerous. Don't you worry about that, we're used to dangerous. Nago and Arenwald will assemble a squadron while the rest of us go and get that key. Time to get that bread. So ready to get the bread. Okay, Lise, let's not waste any more time. My mum said Granddad kept the key with him at all times as a lucky charm. If he hasn't got it, then, well, then we'll cross that bridge when we cross it. Ready, Ivory? We may be ready to deal with Imperial patrols or worse. Dun dun dun. Alright. Wow. That doesn't do anything, I don't think. Okay, so what exactly is the plan? That we're just running out into the wilderness? Oh, it looks like Uldar. Okay. Weapons drawn. What is the plan? We're killing these. These are just mobs? I feel like we could just have avoided them if we really wanted to. But I guess we don't. Ah, 7, 8. Exciting gameplay. Okay, and do we fight these? I guess we do. Yeah. Yeah. He does use all of the ninja techniques. I'm going to save my angeriness because I imagine in just a moment there's going to be a big mean meanie, and I'm gonna beat the big mean meanie with my big mean meanie attacks. Unless we're here, but this isn't right. Where is everyone? Word of the Alliance advance has surely reached their ears. Mayhap they sought refuge. Please be alright. Alright. Let me look in this plain pot. Where nothing is now. Let me look in this aged barrel. Okay. Well, there's nothing. Let me look in this piled lumber. It has been undisturbed for some time. Well, let me look at the next shiny thing that I can find. Oh no, I can't jump up there. Jump? Sorry. Jump? Obsidian car. Okay. Well, oh, that's the other shiny thing. I swear, I'm the only one looking for stuff. Fallen masonry. Crumbling masonry appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. Okay. A queer device? I feel like I probably shouldn't have done that. Like, all things considered. It's been 40 days. Wait. I can wag it again. That looked at 40 ways. Hold on. Wonder if no, I still can't. What is the point of having tank stance? I mean, I get that the answer is to tank in regular when you're in a party, but like I feel like I just can't do anything that's interesting when I'm not in the thingamabob. Yeah, so I want to be able to like use my abilities in interesting ways when I'm doing all of this single player content that I'm forced to do all of the time. But instead I'm just, you know, forced to press my DPS rotation. I guess that's why there are more DPS players, because it is incredibly uninteresting to try and level as a healer or a tank. But if you have your DPS rotation, at least you're doing what the game is designed to theoretically, supposedly, be fun, right? Where were we? Looking for clues as to the whereabouts of the erstwhile something something. Are the... Did I allow the queers? Are they queer? I suppose the Imperials are a little queer. In the wake of the ambush, you find a diary belonging to a laborer. The last entry makes mention of a plan to take shelter in the Sali Monastery. It's to the south? Wait, that's this direction. Okay. Ooh, I wish I had some... I wish I'd discovered this area, but no, we're in an instance, so I can't look at the map. Legion Vanguard. Okay. Not of that. Ooh, look at that lamp. I want that lamp for my house. And there's a gunship. Looks kind of like a mosquito. Very neat design. I like it. I'm running into a wall. Is it here? It looks like it could be here. It is to the south, and also this has the glowing aura around it, which means it just spawned in. Right? That is what that means. That is the completely wrong button. Did I bug it? I bugged it. I biffed it. I biffed it and I boinked it. Okay, so let me talk about something else then, because it's called Abaddon. Wait, hold on. Who is it Abaddon is again? Wait, who wrote me? Ah, it's nothing important. Wait, hold on. Abaddon is like a character from something. I have to look this up. Abaddon. Oh, it's just Hebrew and means destruction. In the Hebrew Bible, it refers to a bottomless pit, often appearing alongside the place Sheol. Well, sorry for that. I just got distracted by remembering something. So the frog is named after the Hebrew word for the bottomless pit, or is an alternative way to hell. Which, you know, I might have saved the word Abaddon for something else, seeing as it's like a color swap of a different enemy. But I mean, I'm not a game designer, so what do I know? See, the gunship hasn't spotted us, because we're so sneaky. Then we'll just walk around hell for real quick, and then we'll dodge and weave. And avoid all this combat. Because the worst part of this combat game is, god dang it, talentless hacks. Oh, they pulled the bottomless pit. And I just spent some meter I didn't have to. Man. Okay, I was about to talk about a Wardy 4 camera. No, I was talking about oh, you're thinking of Abaddon, the Despoiler from Warhammer 40k. Yeah. He's also Destruction Man. See, this guy, he has the this is like a type of protection that is defended from the bottom. It's not actually what it is for. This type of protection is more about like okay, hold on. That type of protection is more about like when you're jousting, right? You have the plating be part of the breastplate, the plating that goes over your face. You can look up a frog nose helmet, I think it's called, or frog mouth helmet, maybe. And that's the that's sort of the inspiration for this, which is cool. Not that I think this guy is much of a jouster. But that's the idea of the like of this protruding front facing bit. That it's got like right there. When you're talking about like a frog mouth helmet, then the top of the helmet would go down into it, which it almost supports. Right, this part just had to be open and go up a bit further. Okay, maybe I'm so wrong. Hold on, I was seeing things that I wanted to see. This is not at all. But what I was imagining it. Oh, I had a bunch of vulnerability up. That's probably not important. So I feel like my nose and my snot has gotten like really dry lately. So I have to like I have to essentially pull it out and then put it on a piece of tissue that I have next to me. This is the monastery. They have to be around here somewhere. What? What? It's me, Whisker. Your grandson. Whisker, by Rugger. Is that really you? I don't want to drink water. And I have been drinking water. That's how I have snot. If I just didn't drink water, I wouldn't produce any snot. Easy, problem solved. Oh, it's good to see you alive and well. But who are these ones? The Resistance granddad. Me and my comrades in arms. She told you all about me thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? Ah, daft sods never caught me neither. It wasn't much, but in the way of rebelling against the rule. Glad to see aspirations here make family proud. I will, I swear. As Rolger as I witness. Rolger is just such a... It's very difficult to pronounce in English. I was worried when we wasn't at the Saltery, but we found him in the end. Now that we've got the key, it's time to find that underwater tunnel. Oh yeah, I guess we hadn't found it beforehand. Ugh. This is what counts as a turban? Sheesh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the materia, out of the disrespect. A triple question mark? Now that is exciting. We'll need to dive into the lochs and look for a tunnel leading beneath the residential district. That should be no problem for Ivory and me, thanks to the Kojin's blessing. But for the rest of you, I will have you know that I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. I think it best that I support Mnago at Arenville's unit. Oh, right. You can't swim. Oh, I am aware of that. Yeah, you are a loser. Thank you, but it is neither here nor there. Given that I lack both the Kojin's blessing and Thancred's preternatural lung capacity. Right. Of course, I don't mean anything by it. Nothing at all. Only that you're a fucking loser. So Ivory, Thancred, and me. Let's head to the water's edge. Alphino and Whisker can join with the others and wait outside the gate to let them in. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to talk about a TTRPG that I have purchased. I have bought it. I don't have the books because it isn't out yet, but I have bought it, and it makes me so happy and so excited. It's called Stone Top. There is a YouTuber called Quinn's Quest. He reviews tabletop role-playing games and perhaps board games. I don't know. But I imagine he also covers board games. He seems like the type of guy. And he covered it. And it's like, you know, I've been playing tabletop role-playing games since I was like, I want to say around 6 years old. On and off. it depends. Hold on, I'm just gonna... While I'm talking, I'm just gonna move up to this thing and then... Oh, I can't, because it's inside the city. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so I've played it a lot, and the thing is, when you're a child, and you are read fairy tales, right? The fairy tales feel like they are part of something, I suppose, gritty and magical. And Stone Top has a lot of that grittiness or rawness that is found in these old stories. And it just reminds me so much of when I just started playing TTRPGs. Hold up, it is shift, so is it alt? Oh, it is control. Okay, that was the first one I did. I just did it wrong. Yeah, so and it just and it makes me so excited for... Wait, up? It says up. Okay, well, I guess I have to accept the quest above water. I just missed the quest acceptor giver. Or like, yeah, there she is. This looks like a good as place as good as any. And you dive into the briny deep. Oriolche, what are you doing here? Master Alphino informed me of your plans, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Alice unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was much intrigued by the apparent ease with which Fordola and theretofore unexceptional warrior defied my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some few days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived... What do you mean days? Oh, I guess it's been a week. Contrived what I believe to be a solution to the problem of her preternatural prescience. 'Twas in hopes of furnishing you with the fruits of my labors that I came. You came? I brought you a stick. Her etheric siphon formed the very basis for my design. Thus, should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence. To say more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. Spoken like a true priest. It was Moonbrooder's time. It is not yours, my friends. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, and return. We will, for you and for her. Shut the fuck up, please. Right, I'm going in. Follow me. Yeah, it really is like the best idea to put the general on the secretive path with as little communication as possible. Okay, control and jump. No, control and jump. I guess I have to be further out in the water. Okay, so it essentially just reminds me of old fairy tales, which makes me very happy and very excited. It fills me with a lot of magic, the Stone Top game, and also it has I suppose a focus on community, where a lot of TTRPGs are like, you are adventure man, time to go power fantasy, and go power fantasy your adventure. Not that you probably aren't. SpongeBob. I never watched that much SpongeBob, but I watched the movie. It was okay. The tunnel leads east. Thancred's already gone ahead. Let's not keep him waiting. Yeah, so, what else? So, it's not really supposed to be power fantasy, nor is it supposed to be, like, the opposite, where you're like super weak, which is like a Call of Cthulhu, that type of game. It is very much a SpongeBob translation, by the way. I want to acknowledge that you wrote that in my chat more than I just did, so I will acknowledge it once more. Get yourself an acknowledgement. Yeah. Stonetop instead is like, instead of being set in regular high fantasy or late medieval, it is instead set in late Iron Age, which adds to like the ignorance, I suppose. And it's less magical in the high fantasy sense, but that also means all of the magic is more meaningful, because it's less explained and it's less like math rocks when you throw a fireball and you have to calculate the exact radius and see how many you hit, because that's not what it's about. It's, or at least it tries not to be about that. It is a little more just vague magic, though it is like it's just that there's less of it. There's still like trolls, not really trolls, because I think all of the monsters are fairly unique. But there are like, this monster is a dinosaur or whatever. So they do have fantastical monsters, but when they do have magic in the form of magic items, Call of the Void, in the form of magical items, all of the items are very powerful, and they are defined, but they are not defined as though they were in a game. In this game, I can hover over overpower, delivers an attack with a potency of 110 to all nearby enemies. In Stonetop, you have 2d6. You roll those 2d6, and if you get the desired result, what you tried to do succeeds. And of course, then there are modifiers that make it easier or worse. And you don't roll damage in the same way. You do have hit points, but the hit points don't exist to reduce your opponent to 0. Because it's like a safeguard to make sure that a fight doesn't go on forever. It's more that when you fight, you describe your move. So if you're like, I want to do this sword swing, I know he's in this position, so I aim for his leg. And then you hit the leg, and if you roll really good, your GM might say, yeah, you chop his leg off. He isn't reduced to 0 hit points, but you've certainly ended the fight. Or you could just have, hit him, and that's also good enough. To end the fight, because if you hit someone in the leg with a sword, the fight is over if he's unarmored. And with a monster, if you stab it the right place, it's gonna run away or something, or it's gonna become enraged or hit worse. It's more storytelling. It is less defined. And then, like, there are two main design philosophies in how the story unfolds. And one of them is it's about community. And the other is it's about consequences. So it's about community in the sense that Stonetop, the name of the game, is also the name of the village that Stonetop is set in. Of course, it could be any village, but it is supported and created from the perspective of Stonetop. And that is a place that has like 150 inhabitants. And your player characters are from there. So you go out, you have your adventure in order to like try and make Stonetop a better place to live, because it's a hole in the ground, dirt poor place that where essentially whatever you do, Stonetop will proceed forward. It will become more prosperous. The choice you have is how does it become more prosperous, and you are sort of forced to do this because Stonetop is in a precarious position by the start of the game, because every summer you roll to see how good the harvest is, and if you have a bad harvest, someone is gonna starve to death. But as you succeed and as you go on an adventure and as you do all of these adventuring stuff, every winter you have to return to Stonetop. Because, not as in have to, but it's like everything you're doing is theoretically for Stonetop, so therefore why not live in the place that you're trying to help? And because it becomes winter in vaguely Northern European Iron Age time, you have to return home. And then you have 3 months that you're supposed to spend in Stonetop. And there's a lot of intrigue that can happen from all of these like different characters that are acting in Stonetop. And then the consequence part that is so good is when Stonetop becomes more and more prosperous, there are many actors in the world around it. So if you get a lot of gold, you now risk becoming the target of raiding. That is if... Okay. It's just that it looks like hair doesn't have a shadow. That is fun. You are suddenly the target of raiders or of others. Like it could be the neighboring town that, or it could be positive, like if they want to trade more with you. But it all depends on how you've set the world up and which characters you've populated with as a game master. It's a very neat playground with a lot of pre-made world building. And then now comes the magic items that are so cool. The magic items, or as they're called in this, arcana, they exist in minor or major arcana. And these items can do like crazy shit. And the thing is, you need these magic items to do some crazy shit every once in a while in order to avoid death. And then when you do, it asks something of you. So say you have there is a ring that creates fog. Alright? So you use the ring, it creates a bunch of fog, and then you roll your dice, and then if you roll low enough, the ring will whisper to you and say, hey, can I eat that guy? And if you roll really low, it will just eat the guy without asking. And then every time it eats a guy, you mark one pip, one like little thing of the counter, and then once it hits max rank, it is evolved into the next stage of the item. And that has some look out. This sure is a warehouse. There's a lot of spores. It looks like spores. I suppose it's just I think it was meant to be like dust and grain, but the green tint makes it look poisonous. Yeah, so so you unlock the major version or the secret version of it, where it becomes where the negative consequences of rolling low are even worse. But the good parts of it is just so good. So I'm really excited to not be able to play it because there's no one around me that I could play it with. But holy shit, it looks like such a good game. I feel like I'm not explaining why it is as cool as it is. It just feels more magical. It feels well designed. And it feels not like a game. That is such an issue I've had with just about every single tabletop role-playing game I've tried. They just all feel like games. But this feels like, instead of a game, it is a storytelling device. And that just really excites me. Alright, Lise. Whew, that was fun. Yes, tremendous fun. Who needs a beastman's blessing anyway? I still can't believe you managed to hold your breath the entire time. It felt like we were down there for hours. That's just because I talked for a while. Anyway, it's time to let our friends in. Once we head up these stairs, we'll need to make our way to the main gates, which are somewhere to the west of here. Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating that until we open the gates, we three are on our own. It would be in the best interest to avoid guards and easily startled small folk. Obviously, but once our guests have arrived, we'll be free to head towards the research facility where Kyle is being held as loudly as we like. Since you've been here before, will you lead the way? Of course, but I will move quickly to see that you do not fall behind. Oh, but he has a 10% movement speed advantage because he's a ninja. Yeah, the adaptability of a real story versus a video game is a huge possible advantage for tabletops. Yes, exactly. And I'm just sad that tabletop games try to emulate video games with having more rules. I know there are a lot that don't, but I mean, being honest, all of the popular ones do. That means Dungeons & Dragons and Pathfinder especially are really bad at this because they are essentially war games. And then you have something like Vampire the Masquerade, which is better made for like non-combat oriented storytelling, but all of the abilities you have it's still like I roll my ability of like I roll my charisma to try and succeed or what have you. And there's not really a lot of that in Stone Top. There is a charisma thing in Stone Top, but it's not as... That's another thing. It's it's defined specifically when you use an ability like charisma, that you have to not describe what you're doing, but you have to, and you don't have to say it exactly, because that's a massive issue with charisma, right? You can't play someone who's more charismatic than you. But what you can do is say, I want to tell him this, and then you hold your own, like you tell the end bit of it, like, and this is my argument for why you're a pussy, and then the game master can then help, and you can create something together in order to like to fulfill the promise essentially made that by the dice. I have bought it. I have access to the PDFs. I haven't read it because I have another project that I'm currently working on. Which is Blender. I don't have anything to show for it, but I've gone through the first 2 tutorials. So I've made a donut, and now I've been introduced to all of the animation in Blender. And the next part is to actually make and rig a character, which is very exciting. I'm going to use my vacation for that, because the plans I had just fell through. So now I'm just staying inside for 4 days. Oh, yeah. I love those TTRPGs. But I feel like it's been a bit since I've been truly excited about TTRPGs, because they often just sort of become games instead of like storytelling. I'm very impressed with people who can actually do storytelling in Dungeons and Dragons, because I feel like it never becomes storytelling. It becomes these stats and these dice, and not as much this character, but this position on the battle map. Nothing left to say, then let's go for it. All set, Ivory. Hell yeah. And you know, since tomorrow is like not a regular day, I could just continue streaming until I finish this patrol. Let them pass. I mean, okay. Guess I can't go through there. I could just continue streaming until I finish, because I've been told that it should be 2 streams, which means I would be done by 2 in the morning. Maybe I won't. I'm still a bit of a coward. And by coward I mean I get sleepy. A rough estimate. Oh, well, I think it's the perfect estimate. Oh yeah, this is the type of fight I love, where there's too much shit happening. Okay, time to do some AoEs. Oh, hell yeah. Now my buttons are actually doing something. I love pressing buttons. I love buttons! I'll just spend this last bit of meter, because I still don't like having the swirly bits. Oh, big gate. Yeah, I mean, it is just a more square Uldar. Falling asleep really is just Durseting reality. Yeah, agreed. Oh, it is this way. Rather more eventful than I expected, but here we are. Oh, one more sentry. Bro, you could just, like, have not killed him. Pleasant dreams, you fucking stabbed him. Ivory, look for a lever or a winch. What, like, this gate lever winch? Hell's open, heavens weep, and I didn't read the rest of it. The Resonatorium. Wait, why are they the vanguard? I thought the Immortal Flames were supposed to be the vanguard. Oh, it's those guys. It's the Alamigan Resistance. Goodness. What the fuck, guys? You could just, you know, walk around the bricks. What, bam? Oh yeah. So, there was another tabletop role-playing game that I bought, and now I have to hold myself up to some kind of standard. You know, the worst kind of thing that could happen. Oh shit. Because the other role-playing game that I bought, both switching between laptop and desktop keyboard constantly, have made me unable to type properly. I feel like that's a bad excuse. You can just bring your keyboard to your laptop and pull yourself together. Yeah, so I bought I bought a tabletop role-playing game called Panic at the Dojo, which is it is definitely it is supposed to be a fighting game tabletop role-playing game, which is an interesting combination. It is there's definitely not a lot of role-playing. It is mostly just the fighting part, which can be interesting and fun in and of itself. But it is definitely just made to be a game. And it's fun and it's mechanically interesting. And I bought the PDFs and I just didn't read it. Different keyboards have slightly different shapes, both the size and the keys, but also the positioning. That is true. That is so true. Just, get used to it. It's the only real answer. I feel voice acting incoming. Oh my god, Sharingan. There's no voice acting. I'm wrong. I reckoned you lot would come, but I didn't think you'd have the nerve to break the bloody doors open. Down. Makes no difference for me though. Time to die. She has that eye from Code Geass. Use Etheric Siphon to weaken Fordola and defeat her in battle. Okay. Use Etheric Siphon to weaken Fordola and defeat her in battle.
I can read her every move.
Yeah, that's nice. Item keys and items? No. The siphon, use it now. Yeah, where? Oh, there it is. Whop. Whop. Okay, I have to turn it down. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Oh, that was too much. There we go. That is, and that was just right. Can I beat up these guys? I'll just beat up these guys real quick. I'm a tank. You can't hurt me. I'm too thick to die. Wow, very handy. You just got the heads up before the fight. Yeah, it's very handy. I love it. I wish real life was like that. Where it's like you roll initiative because some guy is like walking up to you in a dark alleyway, and it's like this looks like a terrible fight for you because you don't have a knife, and you're like, he has a knife, and that's your cue to flee.
Out of my way!
And then it's a chase sequence instead. Yeah, it would be terrible if, like, not only do they have to think, but they also have to remember what happened in, like, literally one cutscene ago. Bonk, bonk, bonk. This is the weird part about being a tank rider. There's just no way she can kill me. I think even if I stood in the in her damage, yeah, I'm just gonna stand in it. I don't think it can hurt me. Oh, that actually fucking hurt a lot. Holy shit! And now I'm stunned. Let me just use my fuck you move. Hello, Anastasia. It's been a while. As in, like, earlier today. Oh, I think I could tank this.
I'll cut you to pieces.
I could not tank that. You know, I had to check. You can use it for dangerous people, by the way. The music changes. Yeah. Oh no, I have to go through this part. Ah, fuck that. I'm running. I'm moving, and I'm moving. Where was the gate? It was over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Are you kidding me? Okay, they are moving. Can I not make a pull? I mean, come on. I feel like... I know it's a stealth section. But screw stealth. I think this is faster. Oh, are you kidding me? They run away? Okay, there we go. But these are like the worst DPSs ever. Come on, folks. See, this is why having a team in team games is bad. I realized you're a tank, so running away is faster than dying. Yeah. Yeah. Tanking time. What if I can stack up this? How have you been? I have been okay. I was at a wedding this weekend and I have never been as tired. Okay, I have been that tired before, but it's like... It was like exhausting in a whole different kind of way. It was like my mind was getting foggy and it's too many people and too much noise. I thought you usually streamed Expedition 33 on Wednesdays. Or did you finish it? Yeah, but it's like it was in fact me getting married to Adam, who is in this chat. My main mod, Adam, who was very nice and took care of me when my brain just stopped working multiple times throughout the evening. It's nice to have, like, when you're... Okay, so they are just broken. It's really nice once you're, like, when you're in a situation where your brain just can't handle the inputs that you're getting. It's nice to have someone who, you know, who like can take care of your every whim and need. But it was like a, how do you say? It feels like an admission of defeat in some sense, because you're supposed to go to a party to have fun, right? And to be with your friends, and then when it just gets too much, it's no longer fun, and it feels like you're there to pay essentially lip service to like the people who are holding the party, instead of actually just, you know, enjoying yourself. And in that sense, it just feels like I failed. I'm sure I'm the only one who sees it that way, but nevertheless, I still see it that way. And no, you go to a wedding for the couple and then you sleep through a bunch of speeches. Yeah, yes, also that. There were a few speeches that were really boring. I didn't play E33 at a specific day, I just played it a lot. And then yes, I finished it this Monday. Oh, nice. Oh, I think I can skip this. Dun dun.
I can read your every move.
Okay, that's good for you. Wait, where is my button? Oh, there it is. It just took a while to appear, for some reason. Yeah, I haven't started. It's somewhere out there that I have to play it. Once I finish the game that I'm currently playing, which I cannot admit, because that would be so embarrassing. And hiya, and then we got rid of the first ad. And then this ad. Okay, we're getting there slowly. And then we do a shing, and then we do one last shing, and now there's only the boss left.
Out of my way! Let me read. Good game, we should try it at some. Yeah, I know, we talked about it a little at work, so no spoilers. Yeah. Okay, so that was you two talking to each other instead of me. I cannot believe it. Okay, this is gonna take just a little while. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting through her health. Plan B? She's casting Plan B. I'll cut you to pieces!
Oh, I messed it. See, this time I actually moved out of the insta-kill laser. I'm just such a god gamer. Yeah, I'm just gonna activate my I can't die ability. Which was entirely unnecessary. But let me just heal myself up. Oh, so exciting stuff. Yeah, well, stop that. Hiya. Okay, and then... Wait, I missed. Okay, I activated too early, I think. Yeah, get wrecked. Oh, I can activate my take less damage. Wait, she exploded. What happened? I was almost there. It's like I did all of this work to get almost to the end, and then they just took the last 10%. Get wrecked. Get beamed. Oh yeah, that was why. I was looking at her, like, weapon. This weapon thing. I was like, that's like a pata.
Not after everything. I cannot lose. I will not.
Talking to the story at some point, I felt like I'm solving a puzzle, which I like to do, and I'm okay with games which don't take long to explain what's going on, but I can understand why people might not like it. Well, if there's a reason to not like a game, I will find it.
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks, you're nothing!
Well, let me just turn it up a little bit so you can also hear what's going on. So this thing, this is what I was like, oh, this is like a bata, but I called it a Qatar in the beginning, and it's not a Qatar.
because a katana is like a punch dagger where you hold like a cross section, right? Just like I showed you. And then, but it feels like, it kind of feels like one of those Hungarian shield things, because it also seems to have like a slight curve to it, and it doesn't have the gauntlet part. So it is neither a bata nor is it a katar. The game has a lot of reference to French culture and more, which are interesting to find and solve. Also, the topics the game raises made me think a lot about life. That's good. I do like games that make you question existence, which is why I like Name Drop, In Stars and Time, and Slay the Princess, and Outer Wilds. I like games that make me feel alone.
Conrad, Mefrit, your own comrades! I
Sheesh.
should kill you here and now for what you did!
Alright, I feel like there's an emotional intensity to what you're saying, Lise, but I'm not really feeling it. I don't think she's wearing a gauntlet on her right hand. I think it's just the polygon count is very low.
But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Or you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
Oh, she backhand parried a sword.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
She has a sword hand and she parried with her offhand. What a fucking badass.
Now, my friend!
It's such a monker move. Monkey business, in fact. Oh, I remember. Oh, it's Kyle! Welcome back, Kyle.
Croyle.
Okay, so you mentioned QTEs during like pseudo turn-based combat. That reminded me. So you remember back in like the 2012s, I believe it was. The 2012s, as though there were more than one 2012. But back then, all games, it felt like, had some kind of QuickTime event. Always. It was either baked into a main mechanic that, like, when a boss makes an attack or something, you have to do a QuickTime event, or there's this cinematic moment and you're watching a cutscene and suddenly QuickTime event, you have to deal with it. And I remember the last boss in Space Marine 1 was just QuickTime events. And there was a Heavy Rain, which was QuickTime event, the video game. And it was so popular to put QuickTime events in everything. And it was so hated. Everyone hated QuickTime events in everything. They were like, this is not really part of the game. Circling back to tabletop role-playing games, specifically Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, that kind of stuff. That is like two games in the same system. Because there's a combat portion and there's the non-combat portion. And those two do not synergize whatsoever. Because you have all of your combat moves and all of your not in combat moves, and sometimes you can use some combat moves in non-combat situations, but it's definitely not designed for it. And the same vice versa, again, not designed for it. And it feels strange to me how it has ended up being designed. Like, as soon as you hit the roll for initiative step, you begin playing something else entirely. And it sort of makes me think that you should be able, or could be able, to play a role-playing game in something like Warhammer. Because in Warhammer, you have your army, your tabletop portion, and then you could, in theory, just have a regular role-playing game beside it. Because as we've proven with Dungeons & Dragons, those two don't have to have anything to do with each other. So yeah, I suppose that's a project I'll never start, but it is interesting. A character is about to cry, but a QTE appears to wipe off the tears. Yeah, that is very Heavy Rain coded. It's supposed to draw you in to the narrative tension by making you an active participant. That is the logic behind a QuickTime event, and I understand that logic. I get it. And I'm just sad that that's not how it works. Because if a cutscene is designed correctly or designed well, then you have just gone through like a section of gameplay. And after a section of gameplay, you are quote-unquote rewarded with a cutscene. And because you've just spent your energy on the game itself, on the gameplay, you are now more emotionally vulnerable and ready for, like, when something interesting is about to happen. And that's great. When you then have to perform a sudden QuickTime event, it becomes part of the video game and not as much part of the emotional experience. And if you want the game and the emotional experience to fit together, then I don't think you can have a cutscene, because the cutscene is the game's way of telling you, now we are showing story, and you are not an active participant. But if it's a QuickTime event, it's like you suddenly have to do something, and if you fail, the story is over. But okay, and hear me out. Instead of having a QuickTime event, it should be something like just a time event. So in the cutscene, you get more time to perform whatever thing you're supposed to do. But in something like Resident Evil 5, there's a lot of QuickTime events randomly where if you fail them, you have to restart the cutscene, which makes the cutscene not a reward, but like a part of gameplay that is worse than the actual gameplay, like turret sections. Anyway, now I feel like I can read again. It feels like a rhythm game at times, which is much better than most games with QTs, as per my very limited understanding of Expedition 33. When you are in combat, you are pressing buttons, you are doing the fighting, you are beating them up turn-based style. So you select a move and you do the move. And then when you're about to hit, you have like a small QuickTime event where you can time it in order to do more damage, just like in the South Park Stick of Truth. It's fairly standard to have introduced that sort of stuff in more modern modern turn-based games, where you have like in the Final Fantasy Chrono Trigger style turn-based, where you have your team on one side and the enemy team on the other side. Some more active participation. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and then when the enemy attacks you, you can do the same. That is my understanding of how turn-based works in Expedition 33. Again, I haven't played it. I saw some of the very early trailers, and I thought, this looks neat. I'll definitely play this as soon as it comes out. And here we are. Watching a cutscene in Final Fantasy XIV instead.
Alphino? I knew you'd come.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lise!
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
What happened to her massive sword that stuck out of her arm? Hello? Oh, that's a lot of text. Hold on. Don't get me wrong. I like QTE. Okay, let me get you right. I do not like QTE. And they are only in the fights. It just... the more the selection has variations of buttons. QTE during an attack has its own button. Evasion on the other, parrying on the third. Then there is a special attack that needs to be repelled only with the fourth button, and attacks that can only be avoided by jumping. It's a bit too much, and the timings for parrying are very narrow. I just got to the attacks of some enemies, how they change to others, and I have to study them again. And I never learned to parry, and the game pushes you to do this, because perfect parries makes a counterattack, and counterattack does a lot of damage. Okay, so the issue I see with that design is either you have to learn to parry to progress in the game, or if you learn how to parry in the game, it becomes too easy. That's how I see that design failing. Of course, I haven't played it, so it's hard for me to tell if it does. I never learned to parry some enemies. Alright. Dark Souls 1 is a game where parrying is a fairly large part of it, but not for all of the game. You can dodge or you can block. Those are the two main ways to avoid damage. Of course, you can you be a filthy bow or magic wielder, and then you don't have to worry about anything. But if you play the game the way it wasn't meant to be played, or was meant to be played, maybe, then blocking and rolling away is the way to go. However, parrying, if you learn how to parry, it makes some sections, some parts of the game much, much easier as compared to if you didn't know. Because, I don't think anyone is interested in spoilers for Dark Souls 1, as far as I know. Can I see? Wait, there should be a button for seeing who's in. Add users. Ooh. Strange. Okay, so that doesn't work. To be honest, mostly just slammed my head against the enemies until I was able to parry them reasonably well. Sounds like your experience with 9 Souls. I only played it like 10 times. Okay, so the last boss in Dark Souls 1 can be parried. I didn't know this, because the game doesn't tell you anything. Stupid fucking game. So when I was like, holy shit, I beat the last boss, it was like the hardest boss in the entire game. And then I talked to people who played it, and they're like, what do you mean it's the easiest one? You just parry it. I'm like, what do you mean you parry it? He has a big flaming sword, and he's twice my size. Usually you can only parry enemies that are around human size. But no, you can parry this guy. Anyway, if you know you can parry him and you've learned how to parry, you trivialize the last boss. But if you don't, my experience, I feel, with the last boss was very, very good, because I had to like constantly try new strategies and try different items to see if I could make a build to counter what he was doing. I had a really good experience, and I'm glad I didn't know I could just parry him. It made it hard to tell when I was meant to delay certain fights until I had enough power to beat them without an hour-long fight. Not really when you get through you can't dodge, you only parry if you... I went through all of Dark Souls without any shields at all. I just dodged. What? Goodness gracious. I get that for Dark Souls 2 and 3, because the shields in those games aren't that good. But Dark Souls 1 without shields is like... It's almost unfathomable to me to do that as the first... on the first run. Because I just really... I like the walking up with a shield gameplay that was in Dark Souls 1. Which is one of the reasons I wasn't that much of a fan of Dark Souls 2. The last boss is, to be fair, a fairly small boss by Dark Souls standards, but also the vast majority of bosses were just unparryable. Parryable. Yeah, I'm literally just bullying you for not writing on a good keyboard. Or rather, could you not? He is my main cooked. I mean, the reason why my alternate name is Skewer is literally because this man to Cupbind doesn't know how to spell half the time. But it's like, it's not a spelling mistakes like the way you do, Adam, where I can clearly see there's a reason you spelled whatever word you spelled the way you did. But when to Cupbind spells something in the wrong way, I'm like, man, what are you trying to say? How did you write this? Yeah, you're just regular stupid. To Cupbind is like advanced stupid. He has to be doing it on purpose. I only used the shield that accelerated stamina regeneration. It hung on my back and I held the weapon in both hands. Yes, that is... I'm not saying you're a cringe meta build follower, but it is very normal. That is for people who are really good at the game, that's what they do. Because then they just do the big doinks with the two-hand weapon and they dodge out of the way, and then they have to have some kind of buff. And that is the only shield that does some kind of buff. Okay, I lied a little. I used the shield once in Dark Souls 1 when I was fighting Calamite. I think Calamite is one of the few bosses where I didn't use a shield. Because like, his attacks are just so big. They're too big. Oh, I'm just gonna continue this cutscene.
Listen to you. Talking like you've already won. Xenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power echoing that of the icons.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You know, I've killed multiple gods at this point.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come. And here you are, his willing prey.
You know, sometimes I consider or think about why does, and by sometimes I mean right now, why does Lise not have a funky accent like all of the other Alamegans? Is it because she grew up out of Amigo?
You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
Boo-hoo. Didn't have enough HP, but a lot of strength.
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you
Oh, okay, so in Dark Souls 3, I wanted to, and this is one of the reasons why I didn't enjoy Dark Souls 3 that much. I wanted to emulate a friend of mine who did the same kind of thing, where he was like, I'm not gonna level health because if I don't level health, that means every hit means more and it's more exhilarating. And that was just like how it was just like how he thought. And in my tiny little brain, I was like, oh my god, I want to be cool like him and play the game like him, and that's probably the best way to play the game. And turns out I didn't enjoy it that much. I made it to, I think, Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And then I was like, okay, I need some health. I cannot deal with this. And then I got some health, and then I beat it, and then I got stuck on somewhere else, and I just never had the guts to finish Dark Souls 3. It's funny how they have to wait for me.
May I live 1,000 years.
Oh, wah.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Hey, time to turn it down. I just love to suffer. I mean, I want to suffer through the storyline, not through the gameplay. That's my preference. Hotus. That went better than expected, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Okay. Okay, where? Damn, that's a tall wall. A twall. Alright, Alphino. What a relief to finally found her. Though our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us, on the eve of this final battle I find myself overcome with joy. We could not have saved her without everyone's help. Thancred, Lise, Orianche, and of course, you. But yes, there is still much more to be done. I should be very interested to learn the meaning of Fodola's ominous words. For one. Damn, that's ugly. What about this one? I don't like it. What about this one? That also kind of sucks. What about it's the same thing. I'm just gonna take this one then. Oh my goodness, that's the secret thing that I got for completing the quest. I got the present. I think, was that the one? Oh, I'm in a city. I can relax here. Which means if I press recommended gear, and then press glamour plate, and then press apply. Oh hell yeah. Alright, what do you have for me? You have some good gauntlets. These aren't even, they don't even cover the hands. See, these are the gauntlets that I just don't get. They just look, because they have this plate on them to like defend from blows coming from out. I really need to have a typical monologue sequence, but the protagonist just ends the evil bad guy as they start speaking. There are some of those, aren't there? Like, because that is an I'll just accept this quest. That is like a trope, and because it's a trope, it's, you know, it's sometimes circumvented. What is that called? Yeah, but few and far between. Yeah. And it tends to work really well when it does work. Lise has gone to deliver Fodola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Menago and her men to hold the residential districts and stand ready. Once the Alliance has breached the main gates and commenced their assault, the Resistance forces will push through the entrance here and join the fray. In that case, I will remain here. My search for Kyle took me into the city proper, and my familiarity with the defenses may prove useful to the resistance. Understood. I shall instruct Ehrenwald and his unit to render support as well. They were tasked with securing the Aetherite, as I recall. With me, Ivory. I guess it was more like a, with me, Ivory. Or right over here. What are you holding? Oh, what is this weapon called again? It's a, okay, wait. Because this is not just a curved sword, because the curve on it is so aggressive. But it's a very specific place. Okay, it's a Combine, help me out. What is this sword called again? It's like, I feel like it's a Southeast Asian sword. Also, she's wearing those, like, big paint. Oh no, he's talking about swords again. Oh, look at that hat, though. The Chocobo is wearing the hat. Oh my goodness. That is very cute. I don't... Okay, so the reason hats have this... Stop looking at me. The reason why hats have this, right, is because then the top of your head fits into it. It doesn't make a lot of sense for this chicken to have a hat like this. It should be like an elongated hat. I can't remember how it's spelled to check. There was a lag spike. I mean, I didn't experience it in-game, but I don't think that usually happens in the game. I'm just kicked out when it happens. Okay, I can do a quick ping check. Something that I've been doing a lot. Yeah, because last Wednesday I was just kicked off of the internet. And I cannot read what you are saying currently because, you know, I have something else open. And let me open this stuff back up and try to move it about and a bit such that... There we go. Okay, now I can see my ping. I need an extra screen. Holy moly. Wait, no, I gotta find that one. Okay. Can I even use the map? No. Then it's lucky we aren't saying anything. Yeah, this is... The best chat is the chat that shuts the hell up so I can keep talking about stuff that no one is interested in. Especially the chat. If I can just like force you to sit and listen. Ha. Lamau. Then I just stop talking at some point because even I, actually especially I, tend to run out of stuff to say. I run out of interesting stuff to say very quickly, but stuff to say in general. Yeah. Like right now. So this is when I will go in my hometown, right? We had one of these. Like a tower, sort of, that's built as part of a house. And I love this architectural style. Since I was a very small kid, we had like a water tower, an old water tower, in our village, I guess, town. It's more of a village, but we had an old water tower. I was like, when I grow up, I want to buy that water tower and I want to live in a tower because I like verticality in my level design. What can I say? I would rather live in a tall place than I would live in a wide place because climbing stairs is just like the funniest thing I know, I guess. But like for real, it feels good to live in a tall place and then walk out and have like you sacrifice something for it, but you get a view that feels like it's more deserved. And also my mom can't come visit because she is too old to climb stairs. You think it was Twitch? I mean, it could have been on my end. I'm just not seeing anything now. It doesn't mean that there wasn't something earlier. Alright. I keep forgetting who Arenvald is. But it's this guy. Gods, Kyle! It's so good to see you. I feared the worst. It wasn't your fault. You saved me. All of you. Thank you. We'll be departing shortly for Porta Praetoria to rejoin the main host. Arenvald, I would have your unit remain here with Thancred, that you could support the resistance troops in the coming battle. Understood. I won't let you down. I trust you will refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both far too young to die. Right. No noble sacrifices. Got it. Ivory, Kyle, let us be off then. Womp bomb. Wait, did I even attune to this? Yes. Alamigan Quarter. Ah, so it's like a small part of the bigger city, I guess. Why is it that we have this cool city that could have been explored further, or, well, it is just like Ul'dan but number 2, or we could have had Othard, like, is it this one? No, hold on, I got it. It's around here somewhere. It's this main city, the city that was up here. We could have had those two, or even like the big city here, if they had like developed it properly and then be inside the big cauldron. You could have that as the main city, but no, we have to have Hingashi. I hate Hingashi. I hate Japan. I will never forget the Japanese. Forgive. It's a reference. Sorry for making references. Wait, oh, I just talked to the gate guard. I hope they expand some of the cities later. Well, that just tells me that they haven't expanded them yet. Oh, that's so far away. And I think this might actually just be the fastest way. Hold on. Beepity boop. Oh, I took fall damage in my flying vehicle. That is usually called a crash. Oh yeah, I didn't... Wait, no. Wait, haven't I discovered this? Maybe next reboot. Maybe in the next reboot the story will be good. Okay, the swords kind of have a few mixed vibes, but they mostly remind me of some Indian and Middle Eastern sword, but a bit mixed. Kilish, Goliya, and Shamshir. Probably where they got the design ideas. A Shamshir is just a curved sword, no? Hold on. Okay, let me... There we go. Shamshir. Yeah, that's... I don't think this is the inspiration. Maybe a little bit on this one, but I don't think this is where it's at. Kilish reminds me of something, but it's also Middle Eastern, no? No, it's not the Kilish. And then you wrote a Goliya, which I haven't heard the name of before. This is also closer to it. But I'm pretty sure that there is a sword that has like a big bulbous part over at the end. So it's like, it has this very pronounced curve, but it's more like, hold on. Axe sword. Historical. Okay, so this is not at all what I'm looking for, but this looks very funny. This is closer to what I'm talking about. This is also closer to what I'm talking about, but it's something more akin to this, where it has like essentially a semi-straight edge, then a sudden curvature, and then a big bulbous end. Which is why I called it an axe. It's like it has the axe inspirations, the inspirations, even. The Killish has the flat tip, but the Golia and Shamshir got more of the curve. Yeah, that's why I'm saying maybe I'm misremembering, or maybe it just didn't exist. But I'm pretty sure that there is a very specific particular weapon that is like exactly what that was, what that sword was. So more of less of an inspiration, more of a we just yoinked it from this place. Whereas this axe thing is more like inspired by a billhook. But it's not actually a billhook. I think the other one is like actually just a sword that existed. Yeah, so that was like welcome Anastasia. That was, I believe, the first 40 minutes of this stream was just me yapping about that. And then Tekopan came in, as he does. And then I had to repeat it, and that's why it was 40 minutes. Oh wait, I could have teleported there. There's a teleport rock. I forgot. Beepity boopity. Oh! Okay, sorry, I missed the step. Yeah, whenever you walk up the steps and there's like one less or one more step than you expected, it always has provides the same reaction out of me. Whether it be in a video game or in real life. If you miss a step in the video game, you miss it in real life.
The heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Xenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Alagon technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Sid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lise. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Xenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
She speaks like a Dark Souls character. What, you're not paying attention to the game? Understandable. It's not really worth it. You miss 100% of the steps you don't take. I mean, the problem is that you take the steps that aren't there also sometimes. And then you miss them because they aren't there. So you take the step, but you miss them. So sometimes you also miss the steps that you take, is what I'm trying to say, that you're saying that you should have been saying, but you weren't saying because you didn't say the correct thing. You said the correct thing, but not the correct wrong thing.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
No, she was just stopping. I thought she just, they used the wrong sound clip, which would have been very funny. Oh no, this entails the mechanical extraction.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met.
Maybe you take 120% of the steps you take. No? Maybe you take like 20% of the steps you miss.
If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
Nah, I would have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
What? I literally just pressed a button. Twice. You had to think of something. That's gotta have been more difficult. That depends on which one of the ways you calculate percentages. I try not to calculate.
Oh, you've got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alisaie's soul.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem.
I think it's been like 6 months since I last dealt with anything echo related.
I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
God, I fucking... Hold on, let me try to process and actually listen instead of just glossing over. What is he saying? He's like, they have a thingy-majig, and the thingy-majig suspect Fordola's senses indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the circle of exposure. Okay, so because they have the thingy-majig, then Fordola is able to see whenever intent, aka soul or whatever, changes slightly, and then can react upon it before it happens. I think. Magic bogus speech. Very much so. Yeah, but also it's supposed to make people sick, because too much ether and whatever.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
But she should still be able to glean the intent because I knew that the staff was going to do something, right? So I don't, like, the explanation they're giving doesn't make sense within the logic that they are presenting.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least. And one which makes me wonder what else Xenos has in store.
Okay, so let me... Loopholes in an MMO? Nah. Okay, so let me put it like this. If I don't know what a gun is, and someone pulls a gun at me, I don't necessarily know what their intention... so, hold up. No, it should be the opposite. Well, okay, so if someone pulls a gun, and neither of us know what a gun is, but my opponent has the intention of hurting me, right? And I can read that intention, then when they pull out a gun, I know I have to do something, right? And in the case of the staff, if I pull out a staff, then she should still be able to react, like, oh no, they're gonna use the staff to bonk me or whatever. Then you hit them in the staff holding hand. So they drop the staff. Like, at least the second time I try it. When, you know, we quote-unquote figure out what it does.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Ah, yes, arrogance. Oh, I have the opportunity to not say anything. So I will take it. You know, in that way...
talking. All right, I get the message. Action is what's needed now.
Much like myself, I also want my character to be very quiet and not say a lot of things.
Right, I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
I am known to be quiet after all.
It is time we join the main host.
And not interject.
Kryl, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
Alright. You know, I feel like this is the perfect time to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Oh, and I have returned. Okay. You know, I can read. Okay, my bad. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, yo, can you believe it? Can you believe it, guys? If I may, General, is there aught ivory and I can do final preparations? I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me moments ago that all forces are in position and that we're ready to commence the assault. Naught remains but to notify the Alliance commanders. If you've no objections, I should be glad to do the honors, Lieutenant. You were instrumental in the success of Operation Archon. You helped me in and end the Dragonsaw, and you are a hero and symbol of hope. Some might judge an empty gesture, but waste of talents. I know you, it must everyone here. Thank you. Dude, bro. Bro, dude. Yeah. Wait, he's pointing at me. Can't believe he would be so rude. Stop pointing. That should be the one to bring me the word. By the Fury, it is good to see you, my friend. You who stood with us in our direst hour will ever be an inspiration to my countrymen and to me. Though Ishgard's debt will never be will never be repaid. It is my this is spelled so like wrong. Debt should be like D-E-D, but it's D-E-B-T. Debt. Stupid language. It is my hope that our deeds this day shall go some small way to redressing the balance. I mean, sure, you can hope that. Oh, it's Merlweb and Kane Senna. All is ready, very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for their sacrifice? There is a time for peace and a time for war. Even the matron understands this. We who have received of hers and the elemental's blessing go now to stand for Eorzea and her children. It's time then. Though this is not my theater of choice, we will play out our part. Our cannons care not either way. That battery has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. It is not like to be bested by a gate. To what cannon? Your cannons? Or the big cannon? Hey, we can see it in the distance. It is just like angular uldangular. Oh. Yeah. So, what did you talk about while I was gone? Not a lot, I assume. Because there wasn't a lot in the chat. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so if that is actually supposed to be the same map, then this... Okay, let me... So, this is this river. Nothing. Hey, why they got those on the table? No, don't! No, shut the fuck up, man. I can't believe you just said that. Ugh, disgusting human being. Yeah, so anyway, I'm just trying to map out where on the map this map is. Because this shape, whoop, yeah, this is the same. Okay. So those should be these mountains, right? So right here with these, where they put these plugs, is where the city is supposed to be, right? But then what is this? This area should be If that's, then that's this river, I guess. This area should then be this area. This area, Black Shroud. Okay, and then this part up here should be these mountains up there. So this, okay. So this is the pass where the gate is. The gate from the beginning of this expansion. And there's a bunch of soldiers behind the gate. I suppose these should be by the gate. Oh, so this is the gate then. And what is this? Because there's a like slight off color. And then these, I guess these are the lochs. This is that big river that splits the place in two. Okay, yeah, I get that. So this is where Rorger's Reach is. Or is it up here? And this is the peaks, I guess. No, this would be the peaks. Alright. It's really difficult to read this map. They just kind of vibe it out, I guess. What are you... It is done then. Thank you, Lieutenant, for humoring an old bull. Well, thank you for showing up, Anastasia. It's nice when you come by and say hi. And enjoy your day off tomorrow. They should stop spilling coffee on the map. It all looks like brown stains. Yeah. Oh, what was his name? Okay, I forgot. There's like a spy guy from the Second World War who invented a bunch of methods for people who were caught and put into prisoner camps, like for like prisoners of war by the Germans, and how they like for escape and that sort of stuff. See you on Monday. Bye bye. Have a good one. Remember to leave the house. I sure won't leave my house if I can help it. Oh yeah, have a nice evening. Sorry, I just read what you replied, when it was like, sorry, but I'll leave you guys. And then I thought that was the part that you replied you too to, which was shockingly rude. I wouldn't have expected that. Also, why does his head look like a firefighter head? Oh yeah, anyway, I was talking about that guy because he made maps out of... He liked to hide stuff with the not resistance, with the soldiers who got caught, and like sending stuff back and forth. And one of the things that he really liked was to send in a map. You rude? No. Yeah, he got a little Viking boat. Well, not really, it has a head in both ends. But yeah, it is definitely Viking inspired, and then it has like a little lamp on it. Yeah, very neat. Yeah, so he also... This is like the biggest collar I have ever seen. Holy damn. Imagine if you closed this collar, it would like reach all the way up here. That would be like the most popped collar to ever pop. Yeah, so one of the things he did was he decided that all of his maps should be made of silk, because silk is silent. And he was very afraid that when the soldiers would get lost after like parachuting down and stuff, that when they were rustling around with their maps and trying to look through the maps, that they would make too much noise. Therefore, instead of first off, instead of printing it on paper, because paper gets ruined really easily, he wanted to print it on some kind of fabric material. And he ended up settling on silk, because silk was very soft and very thin, and it it could take a lot more strain and it didn't wash off, and like a bunch of positives. And then, you know, the issue came where they realized they were in a war, and so silk got really extra expensive, and then they stopped printing them on silk, and then they printed it on something that is a lot like silk, which is a type of, like a British leaf. God, I can't remember exactly what it is, but they made a fabric out of this leaf, and I'm like, wait, if you can make a silk-like fabric out of leaves that grow in Britain, why are they wearing shitty clothes all the time? It really is. So he, yeah, but he was like, he hit a lot of random stuff and then sent it to different prisoners of war in like all over the place, because it was customary for people to send letters back and forth, even though they were in a war prison camp, right? So, but you could still like communicate with your family because they weren't monsters. They were just the Nazis. Sheesh. Who definitely were monsters. Maybe because wearing leaves will make you look like a caveman. They made the leaves into fabric. They didn't just wear the leaves. Oh my goodness. One of the things was he made like for parachuting. There are these parachute boots that had like a bit of a heel, and he figured that he could put stuff into the heel of the boot, and in this heel, one of the things that he put was like a snack, like a bit of food, like a cracker. So like you could have like a heel cracker if you got peckish. So why did they wear a leaf suit again? Camo. No, they didn't wear a leaf suit. The point is, no, they didn't put leaves in the boots. They didn't. That's not what they did with the boots. They made a small hole in the boots where they put stuff that was useful in. Wait. Yes, they did. They probably did put like because the leaves, you could make like a silk-like fabric out of it, and then you printed a map on it, so you could probably fold it and then stuff it into the heel of the boot. So they probably did put leaves in the boots, but fuck you. Outside the boots, I mean, it had to come outside of the boots at some point when you open it. Boost in the boots? No, they didn't boost the boots. That wasn't the point of it. Resistance forces in the Alamigan Quarter are ready and await our signal. Naught left to do but the deed itself. Why not? Way. All of these are ugly. Just take the material. I'll tell you why not. The amount of booze you would be able to comfortably fit inside of the heel of a boot is not worth it, for one. And second, you don't need booze when you're trying to get home from behind enemy lines. You can get booze when you're in the local pub. So it's like you sacrifice the booze you have now for the booze you can get later when you're home. But instead you put stuff in that can help you get home quicker. You always need booze. Yeah, but you can like backload the booze, you know? So like instead of drinking now, you can drink twice as much later. Doesn't that sound great? Sheesh. Right then, I must go to my men. I shall be leading the first charge through the breach. Then we shall head to the front. Pippin has commanded our artillery outside the gate. He'll not be hard to find. But before you go, I have a final favor to ask. Give this to my son. He will understand. I'd rather drink now. Now! I want alcohol now! Sheesh. Wait, who's that? Stop yelling. Why are they yelling? Wait. Stop celebrating. Who is celebrating? What? Where are they? Fighting off my demons, and my demons are celebrating. What the hell? Stop! If there is one thing I have learned about war pre-1950 is that booze was always involved. God, they are loud. Keep it down, y'all. Okay, that's me whenever someone else is happy. I'm like, can you be quiet? Actually, your happiness is disturbing. They keep yelling. Oh my god, stop. Maybe they just like you. I mean, I am the most likable warrior of light. Oh my god, they're still there. Please. Please. Hold on, I'm gonna ride my black chocobo here. It's not helping. I thought maybe putting a separate soundtrack over would stop them screaming. No, please, be silent. Oh, what? Salt Druva. That looks kind of neat and vaguely feminine. They are still there. No, I won't be leaving the area. I'm almost at my destination. Ah! Well, maybe if I fight. It's not working. I can hear them wherever I go. I will never be free. Get me out of here. Yeah, so it's probably like an entirely separate track. Oh my god, they're really happy though. I can hear them all the way from over here. Pippin. Pippin, please. Please save me. Pause your sounds of angry protest to study and overthrow governments too. Parentheses, chill. Lieutenant Alphinaud, What is it you've got there? You got a lot of noise. I thought it would stop if I entered the cutscene. Bring me freedom. By the 12th, this is Dizona. The Bull of Alamigo's legendary sword forged with 2 cursed blades. This sword is a symbol of everything my father fought to achieve. A weapon claimed on the blood sands, and with it, fortune and glory. Its flames consumed the unworthy, but by fire was he reborn. I don't think I broke anything. I think the game broke itself. That he should bequeath it to me now, to carry on his legacy. Well, I shall endeavor to deserve it. But I'll be damned if this is his final battle. Didn't he have 2? Like he lost an arm, right? Once we begin, there will be no respite until it is over. Are you ready, my friends? And bro found the cool butter knife. What do you have there? A knife! No! Very well, brace yourself. This should be quite the spectacle. Vice Marshal! Imperial Union approaching from the north. Aiming to destroy our artillery, are they? How many? Total numbers unconfirmed, but at least 1 squadron. But yeah, they are wolfmen. Fare domite. Bloody hells, that's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn. Tell them to make ready. Marshal Tarupin, wait. These wolfmen from which you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting for the Empire, spirited away to a foreign land, and told if they disobeyed, the lives of their kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated. They have no reason to continue serving their Imperial masters. Ere you engage them in battle, I beseech you. Grant us a moment to go and attempt to convince them to lay down their arms. But that, like... But that doesn't make any sense if you're like, wait, hold up, we liberated your homeland. You can totally surrender now. If that sort of tactic worked, don't you think maybe someone would have tried it and just lied at some point? I am loath to give our enemy more time to prepare, but if there is a chance that this conflict might be avoided, I suppose we must take it. Go then, be quick. We will, Vice Marshal. With me, Ivory. Woo! Yay! Woohoo! Yeah! Ah! Yay! Woo! Sounds of celebration, but it's right up there. Sorry, I can't fix the sound now. I have to go turn in the quest. Yippee! Do you think it turns off if I enter a voice cutscene? Yippee! You don't lie about something like that. What do you mean? Oh, it got quieter. It's getting quieter. I'm free. I'm free. The insanity is only at the edge of my vision. Oh. Is that a floating level 69 lightning strike? 69 creep. It's still there quietly, but I can now think. We will wait here for the Lupin to arrive. Steel yourself, my friend. Though I hope to resolve this without resorting to violence, it would seem wise to prepare for the worst. They come! I have come. Oh, they have like pole arms. You clear the road. Honorable warriors of Doma, my name is Alphino Lavilleur, and I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy, you stand upon a battlefield. Be gone or be cut down. Doma is free. Lord Hien has returned and driven Yutsuyu and the Imperials from your lands. We were there. We helped him. There is no need for you to fight for Xenos. Lord Hien is dead and you are a liar. What could a boy such as you do against Magitek? Throw stones and spit curses. Invoke my lord's name again at your peril, and you will suffer no falsehoods. I speak only the truth. Put up your weapons, I beg of you. Put up your weapons? That's not right. I beg of you, let us speak as friends and not shed blood in vain. If your claims are true, we would gladly sheathe our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they must surely be false, we must be traitors to accept our lives and those of our loved ones forfeit. Words are air. You will prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield, or die in dishonor. Good, I have AoE attacks. Yay, yippee, woo! Oh, wait. Okay, can you please kill Alphino? Oh, he's level question mark. Damn, that's a pretty high level. Oh, I can activate this. And then I can... Oh, habang! Oh, beach bang!
For the House of Livia!
Oh, shut up, man. AoE attacks. Bonk. Oh, such a difficult fight.
You are no strangers to battle. That much is plain. I am the White. I am Hakuro. And I will be your opponent.
Haven't you? I'm loading, please don't hit me. I think this is the one that reduces damage taken and hit people when you hurt. Let me just move in here. Yeah, it's just that easy to be that good at the game. Pacha! Wait, he has a lot of health. Oh, I'm about to take a lot of damage. Hold on. Let me just heal that damage. It's crazy to fight in fights where there's actually a chance of losing. Oh, I guess that was for like if I was a ranged user, which I am not. Clonk. Fucking clobber him. Howling Ice Wind. Damn, that's a lot of AoE effects. It's nice being forced to move and stuff. Oh, I get hit. Let me just activate this guy so I'm sure I won't die. Because that would be kind of awkward. Hiya! 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 Engaging gameplay. Hiya! Stand with the carbuncle's wards. They will grant you strength. Okay. I guess I will then. I guess I want them. Oh! Run around in circles. And then punch him. Okay. Actually forced to move. I like it.
Enough! You are every bit the warriors you claim to be.
Damn, he's very big. If only I could play these guys. But no, I have to play the cat also. I mean, I like the cat. But the dog though.
You fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my men, and perhaps even me, but you did not. For this, I thank you. Warriors brave and true, I pray you tell us of the battle for Doma's liberation.
We should be glad to do so.
Lord Hien returned. Such joy this news bring us. But for Lord Gosetsu to perish in the keep's collapse, to be taken from us by such treachery, there is no justice.
I will say nothing.
But I knew the man, and he would not suffer us to mourn on the eve of his great battle. Duty comes before all. All Lupins shall know Doma's liberation, and of your part in it. When you breach the gates, we shall turn the Imperials at once. With fang and claw we shall rip open the throats of our masters. This the White swears.
Thank you. And when our war is ended, I am certain that your lord will help us to return you all to Doma.
Such a curious thing, destiny, to see us meet with friends of Lord Yin in this distant corner of the world. But we shall not keep you, Your day is not yet done.
They were easy to convince. I mean, okay, the fight against him is probably the most difficult one I've had. So in that sense, it wasn't that easy. But in a more absolute sense, yes, it was easy. Also, the screams are back.
Come, let us not keep our comrades waiting. We have a nation to liberate.
No, it's back. The tiny little guys.
And the big cannons.
No, wait, they're gonna kill Sean Bean.
Ah, you are returned. Were your negotiations with the Wolfman successful?
Oh, no. I can't hear what you're saying, Pippin. Okay, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit.
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Here, here. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates. Thaumaturges, forward! Give me hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno! Now give me a curse and winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth!
What? Oh. I feel like this is a huge non-bow.
All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
Yeah, you know that guy. It's a Thaumaturge leader, right? In Ulda.
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Drone warfare has come to Eorzea. Oh my god, he's back. The only good character in this entire expansion. Who's not dead.
Is that...
God, I wish I was on that
Bear
bird.
witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters. Doma is come to pay her debts.
Lord Hian!
We will deal with the flying machines. Forward, my friends, for freedom and justice!
Samurai were anti-drone munitions. It's more like, I think the birds are anti-drone. Can I get a bird so I can fly away from the sounds of battle? Or the sounds of cheering? No, it's proximity based, and I think it's the ground. When the ground starts speaking cheering.
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
I keep hearing the same scream.
We're through. The way is clear.
Okay, so... So, something I wish to point out here. No, we don't even get to walk up it. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I wanted to highlight something. So as you can see, like right, when you walk up these steps, hold on, there is a sense of grandeur that they really aren't trying hard enough to like fully, they aren't like visualizing it well enough. Look at how fucking massive this is. It's a very overused MMO trope. Brought a bunch of field guns to a siege instead of a proper bombard. Extra large bomb moment. Yeah, they do actually have bombards. Just FYI. They aren't like the huge Ottoman style bombard. Well, they are Ottoman style, but they're not like the massive Ottoman bombard cannon. It's like a very stubby cannon with a big load. But it's so typical of MMOs to like. Let me try and sell you on this, on how massive this area is. Those steps are like about thrice a normal human's height, and there are multiple flights of them to get up to this overhang area, which is massive. And I'm, of course, currently running. Now we're heading up a set of steps that feel more or less like a small mountain in how far up it takes us. Followed by a second flight of the same height of stairs. Like, to make a structure this big. Oh, whoops. It's so huge, this structure. And they're like not at all selling how big it is by just teleporting me to the top of it. And it's also so easy to just forget like what they're trying to show, which is, or what they could be showing with how big it is, right? Were they here before? Yeah, and this gate is also just humongous massive. And how come they... Wait, they shot it with a bunch of different guns with... Which, yeah, it made these dents and holes. But it ripped open this bottom part just big enough for us to fit through. That's kind of lucky. Impeccable timing, those Domans. Come, comrades. The enemy gate is down. Forward. Yeah, well, hold on. I need to accept a quest from you. The battle for Alamigo is at hand. All forces have been ordered to advance into the city proper. Lieutenant Alphino, may I ask you to be part of the first charge? Yeah, I love being on the first front line. I will join them as but another soldier. The command of the flames I leave in your capable hands, Pippin. No, but you're like the most interesting of the generals. I don't suppose we could come along too? Yeah, not using the building as a storytelling element is a bit of a miss. Yeah. It is so big. Lys, Arnvald, Nago and the others told me to go with you. Ivory, to bring Senas to account. For everyone. I am Alamigan too. Okay, good for you, bro. Yo, did you see that guy's lance actually? Let us sally forth then. Together, we shall make for the royal palace, there to find and strike down Xenos. A la Mexico. Yeah. Look at this spear. Okay, it had like... It was very lance-like. From what I saw first. But now it is more spear-like. It is not much of a... Guess it's time. I was not ready for that. No one is ready for this. But I mean, now we have 30 minutes. We can definitely take one. But like okay, so the thing is, this is not really a anti-personnel weapon, which sounds weird because like it's a spear. But it's pretty lance-ish. Yeah. It's lance-ish, but it's not how lances look. It's because a lance, while a lance is just a spear, the head of the lance would be all the way down here to like protect the hand of the wielder, the lance wielder. But this, it takes inspiration from a lance, and it's very, very wide. And as you see here, it has like one set of, you could call this a like prehensile. No, not prehensile. That means you can move something. It's like with animals that have like hooked teeth to make sure you can't escape. It's that effect. And then it's it's not barbed, but it's like it has these grooves in it, which digs and rips once it is inside the skin, and it's hard to pull out. And then this part makes it way more difficult to push all the way through. It's like a fluted hollow ground section. Bro, that is... Those words are so cool, I don't know what they mean. But essentially this is for... Like these people of this sort are dragon hunters, or they are anti-dragon fighters. So the idea is you plunge this into a dragon, and then if it goes all the way over here, you may lose your spear, but that dragon is so dead in time. Because this thing won't be, like, it has a flat base, is what I'm trying to say. So it's sort of designed this way for, if it's a small creature, they won't be able to push all the way through. But if it's something like a dragon and you manage to push it all the way through, you can like snap off the handle or just leave it inside or whatever. And then this thing is going to mess up the dragon's insides. That's a dog. No, that's additional noise. I can't have that right now. Okay, let's see. Is it... No, it's social. And then it's... friend list. And I have one friend. Invite to party. Invite to party. Maybe reload before dungeon. No, I'm sure it will disappear once we go in. No, I invited you to a party. Invite to party. Get wrecked. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Okay. Let me put out a ping. Add El Amigo, add help me. This is, yeah, enter El Amigo, sorry. I have to spell it right. El Amigo. Yeah, nothing else. Wait, hold on. I shouldn't be reading Discord right now. I should be waiting. And I can't go through here. I have to press the button. Okay, we got one. We got one. One has entered. Okay, so let's see. Oh, that is like that is a cool design for an axe, actually. Actually, this sword is like, oh, there's like this type of sword did exist, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure of it. Where it's like a big flat thing, so it's a very cutting-oriented sword. Hollow ground, or grind, is the act of grinding out a groove fuller on a blade section to allow for a wider blade by removing material in the middle. Just to reduce weight, I guess. So that's what your guess on this part is. That might also be true and make a little more sense to just reduce the weight on it. And this guy has a stick. Okay, social. Social. Friends list. Wait. Wait, it's used on gun barrels and bayonets. On barrels? Okay, cool. The Foggo hasn't come online. It's supposed to be this one. Dang it. Wait, why is it 2? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh, online friend list. Invite to party. Invite to party. I do like this lance design though. It is very fantasy-y, but it's still quite cool. I don't like the skin-tight chainmail though, that's kind of weird. Like how it forms and goes under the collar instead of, you know, going out. This would be incredibly uncomfortable to wear. And it also goes in front of the mouth. Yeah, they just made a mesh of this and was like, yeah, let's put this over the entire body. The ear chainmail is nuts. Bro, the form fitting in front of the mouth and under the chin chainmail, all of it is nuts. And it's like this person is essentially wearing a bald cap. Like when she moves, she's going to rip all of her hair, and it's going to be the worst experience. I know because I've worn one, and it's very uncomfortable. And she's just wearing a potted plant. And they use these strap shields. Well, they are kite shields. That was fairly normal for kites. Cannot locate a character with that name? What do you mean you cannot locate a character with that name? It's right there. Do I have to do crossword and then invite to party? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. This thing is built stupid. Wait, hold on. Character. I have to do this. It's very important. Mount guide. Wait, didn't I have... Oh yeah, it's just... Isn't it... Wait, maybe it's just a regular chocobo. Hold on. Yes. Okay, I found the chocobo. Okay. Oh, it's a dog. Okay. I think we're ready to go. No one will be joining. We don't need anyone. I will press this join button, and then we'll find someone, a singular healer. Let me turn on the light. Okay. Yeah, a singular healer who's just out playing by themselves. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Oh, I remember. I have all of these notes on like stuff I could talk about, but it's all like it's going to be so out of place and out of apropos nothing. But yeah, I have these talking points that I wrote down. Okay, so this one is about food, right? So I have an issue with food, and a problem with food even, because I don't necessarily dislike food by itself, because food can be a nice enough experience when it tastes good, and I don't, like so many other autistic people, get a massive negative reaction from when food tastes wrong, or especially when it has the wrong texture. I did when I was a kid, but not as much anymore. And I kind of tend to just eat whatever is put in front of me. But the act of making food, the act of like setting aside a time slot or an area or the act of making it. He really don't be reading chats. No, I don't. What? Your registration was withdrawn? Why? Oh, if you can be Sage? Yeah, you can go. Go nuts. Yeah, I don't read in-game chat. I mean, and that's not because I have a separate chat that I'm looking at. It's because I never read that chat. I am a single-player MMO kind of guy. Massively single-player online game. Wow. Very cool area. Let me turn on my tank stance. That way I can be a tank in a stance. So yeah, about food, right? I'm fine with eating, but the preparation and the making of the food is like, it's not even that it's boring or unfulfilling. I think it's a fine experience. But I don't know, there's a part of my brain that's like, no, don't do this, and it feels, and I just don't want to do it. So I don't do it. So I wait for a long time, and then I just don't ever eat. And then I miss food time by like a lot, unless I time it properly. Which I do on these Wednesdays. It's actually pretty practical of me to have started this weird hobby. Hold on, I have to make sure I don't die. Holy shit. Okay, now I can heal myself. Alright. Made our way through that pretty easily and unscathed. No, today I have eaten. Like Wednesdays I actually eat fairly normally, because I come home, I make sure to get something to eat, and then I turn on the stream, and that's because it's basically what I have time for. So because my time is well slotted. Keep you alive? No, that's on you. Oh, there's a game. Look at him. No, I'm gonna live. Nah, I'd live. I can heal myself. I'm a warrior. Okay, now I'm dying though. Wait, hold on. Let me heal myself. I'm a warrior. I love this class. This is the part of playing this class that I really like. Oh, it's a black mage. Alright, right. So... Yeah, I use damage reduction abilities when it is relevant. And it is not relevant. It is irrelevant. It's the language that I was trying to use. So, is this gonna open or... Ah! That was loud. You have good AoE damage. Reduction you should use. Yes. I'm going in. Hiya. 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 And then hiya and a hiya. And then another hiya. And then a last hiya for the road. And now I can focus on mechanics. Oh, he shot me. He shot me. Okay, looks like there's a lot of mechanics that you guys have to deal with. So that's an issue and not an issue. And get out of the pizza. Yeah, so that's my general issue, right? And I've noticed it's simply with the issue is simply with the amount of effort that I have to put in. And it's not a lot of effort. It's like 30 minutes and bang, you have a meal, and the meal isn't bad. I enjoy the meal. But the issue comes with, God, is it just me or is this yelling so loud still? Oh boy. Oh, it leaves pizza. Okay. I see. Okay, I'm dodging the pizza. And then I messed up my combo, but it's fine. He's almost dead. And I'm just going full bonk here. I'm gonna open this. Let's see, what do we have? We have a... Is that a ring? Get that shit out of here. Let's see. Okay, now I have time for chat again. Remember to use damage. Use... Okay, good. It was the most... Okay. What rank are you in? Well, welcome, Jessica Slow. I don't know what rank I could be on or should be on. Are there ranks in this game? Oh, what level, I suppose. I'm level 76 currently. I sort of get you on the effort part. It's like spend 2 hours of cooking for some great shit and eat it in 10 minutes. Yeah, but what I've noticed is, and now I'm gonna get like really sad. At the end of Stormblood. Alright. If that was the question. Well. Hold up. Sorry, I stopped thinking for a moment. Should I keep myself alive? Yeah, so the real degenerate thing is I kind of just enjoy making food that takes very little effort. So I've felt and noticed with myself that the less effort I have to put in, the more willing I am to actually eat the amount of calories that I'm supposed to eat during one singular day. Which is why I cannot buy snacks, because I don't eat snacks if during like normal day stuff, alright? If I get the amount of food and if I make the... That's a lot of dogs, holy shit. Let me do some big AoEs. Okay, dog down. Their sacrifices shall not be in vain. So if I have like chips, I will... That's cool, and yeah, the grind can feel like the whole schedule sometimes long. Yeah. That's my... that is why I stream this game. It's to motivate, to get through it. Otherwise, I just wouldn't do it. Stormblood endgame already. You're in it deep for real. So for real, man. Solid spot to be at. I am told this is when the game gets good, but I was also told this is when the game gets good at when I entered Heavensward. I don't know. I feel like people are just trying to trick me. So far, I think Lord Hien is a good character, and otherwise, maybe I should turn it down. Otherwise, the story is still like a little whack. But a lot of people really, sorry, I'm just rolling on this. A lot of people have really liked the story, and they swear by it, like it's their lifeblood. So, oh my god, this guy's in a gamer chair. Look at him. Almost mal asina. Oh, that's the guy from that cutscene. The guy who's like, time to do experiments and let me monologue about what would. Oh, look at him. He's like, I have the creepy hands. Okay. Damn, he's like slay as nails.
Initiate soul extraction.
Mind jack.
Success.
Oh, interesting. Now I have to do something. I guess I'm just. All right, I think I get the mechanic. Oh shit.
The sun rebels.
Okay, we did it, folks.
My word, is
Get your Lord Hien is actually a solid character, to be honest. The story probably just feels a bit all over the place right now, but it gets clearer later. Honestly, I just really liked being in the Mongolia-inspired area. That was a cool area. The thing I feel about a lot of these zones is that they seem uninspired. Oh, sorry, uninspired. Like I don't. A little generic, but the Mongolia place felt like they'd actually done some cool world building and done their own weird, crazy spin on it. Damn, the guy died. Who am I gonna get exposition from now? Okay. Wait. Oh, the gloves? Oh, I kind of like these gloves. Hold on. I'll breed on these gloves. Necklace, not interested. Yeah, priorities in order. The voice acting has also become really good. It's hard to put my proper mind to what I think about Final Fantasy XIV so far. It's I'm like, it's okay. So, and my take is, if it's okay now, it's probably gonna get really good later, because if people swear by the later parts, we'll see. It can't be from nothing, right? But yeah, what I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the new guest. I like yeah, so I can't buy snacks. That was where I was wrong. I can't buy snacks because if I buy snacks, sometimes I just eat snacks instead of eating proper food. That was all I had to say, and now I've said it. I will forever hold my peace. But the thing is, if I then don't have any snacks, I just don't consume the calories that I need. So that's another issue. I kind of need easy and ready to make meals, which is why bread is goated. Because with bread you can like, ooh, look at this thing. Nice dress. I'm gonna agree on that. Lamb pieces. It feels unique compared to other zones. Yeah, definitely. It's the culture, like how much emphasis they put on the weird, wacky, pseudo-Mongolian and the religious practices, and how all of them are like nomadic tribes who have their own thing that they do. It's very cool. When I'm in the Mongolia area, I want to explore more. I want to like experience. It's one of the few times where I did like a story that isn't part of the MSQ or like unlocks the blue quest. What are they called? Like the special blue. By the way, I do art for streamers. I've got a few examples. Would you be open to see some of it? Yeah, sure. Go share. I don't mind. Oh no. I had set up the command. Does it work? Discord paste. Haha. Well, no. I don't think I can do it from in here. But I got my goat who can do it for me. So you're welcome to come in and dump your stuff. And I will comment on it. I'm still very new, so you will have to have me excused. Oh, it's Xenos. Hello. Take a punch. Yeah, it's one of the few places where I actually did a quest outside of the, like, outside of the more required questing. Oh, out of the storm? That is very cool. Maybe I shouldn't be standing there. Greeting for the DPS. I am blue DPS after all. I've heard this is a joke that Final Fantasy people find funny. So I repeat it. Like the parrot I am. Red! Out of the swell? Okay, what are my friends doing? Getting away from them.
Let this moment last.
That feels like I should be closer and move though. Vein splitter. Alright. Yeah, sorry, I'm very focused. If you're writing in chat, I can't see it currently. An inopportune time to join for sure.
Kill.
Heal. Clonk, clonk. Alright, and it was like the quest about a guy who he was like his previous self was supposed to be someone who was really good at fighting with swords, but then he was like really bad at fighting with swords, and he had to figure out like How come I am so bad if I'm supposed to be the reincarnation of a guy who's really good?
Show me your role.
And exploring that storyline was Aether Transfer.
Yes! Yes!
Oh.
Just so.
Okay, I think we're just punching him. Right? Or are we punching a specific one? I don't know what we're supposed to do. But they sure have a lot of health. Yeah, this seems wrong. Oh, there's... I thought there were 4. No, he has the revolver of like multiple swords. Oh, I thought that would just instantly one-shot me. A little scary. Oh. Zen mode.
The power to transcend.
The power to transcend. He was more intimidating in the cutscenes, not gonna lie. Hoo-ha. Alright. Yeah, I was, not gonna lie, a little disappointed in how that specific quest ended up turning out. But otherwise it was very exciting to explore just sent a request? Oh, yeah, sure. Cutscene. Cutscene time. Claws of Crimson Lotus. Okay, so these are like... okay, yeah. I don't know what those kinds of weapons would be called, but they're close to the Qatar punching dagger. I will pass. And what is an... Ooh. I'm going to agree on that. It looks nice. Okay, thank you very much for helping me out. Yeah, so as you mentioned, to combine chips are a willpower check, and it's very difficult. Hold schedule sometimes, especially when you... Ooh. Yeah. Thank my mod. He's like half the reason anything is done. A great man. Behind every great streamer is an even greater mod.
Yes! Such ferocity, such tenacity. I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt.
Yeah, you just you can just do the exclamation point Discord command that for some reason I can't do it from inside here, from inside the streamer bot chat that I'm currently using. And very sorry, Jessica, I haven't been reading because I've been busy in the dungeon, and I'm still not that great at multitasking. So let me go through. You spend a lot here in solid character. I answered that. Do art? Yes. Okay. Of course, I will not be looking at it currently because we're in the middle of the stream, but I am happy to look at it in a moment. Of course, we're reaching bedtime in this part of the world, wherever you're from. Maybe not also.
It fills you even now, doesn't it? hunger. To bite down on my jugular. To feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face. As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Very cool. His barrel is still very silly.
Confound it. Go after Xenos, my friend. We shall deal with this.
Alrighty. The name of the quest? Exciting. Oh, a trial right after it. Alright.
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie.
Is that how you pronounce it?
The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all. This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine.
It's the sloppy man. It's been a whole expansion,
Your
but we found
fates
him.
are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms.
You! I like this guy.
Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me.
Also, didn't notice, but it's clear from this angle. He really got the man boobs.
A question then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
The Mooba. Oh, I have the opportunity to say nothing, and therefore I will take it.
You will not indulge me even with a simple reply then? No. You think only of the fight to come. How alike we are.
Yeah, you can make your assumptions.
There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your ability.
Had I?
I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant. I know so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade.
Alright, but why are we against each other if I feel like all of a Realm Reborn was like bouncing around killing one god and then the next god. So why is it we're fighting the Empire except for them being assholes again? I guess it's just because they're assholes.
Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear. Fear of the icons. Fear of their power. Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic.
Pathetic.
Man should fight
oh boy.
for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake.
Yeah.
For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn.
This guy does not know what a dolphin is, or a cat, or a lot of hunting birds. Like, they embrace violence for the sake of violence. Or a hippo.
You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
The zebras. Oh, okay.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke.
Okay, not to be that guy, but people usually are in life and death situation when they have a stroke, even if it is a single one.
I live for them too. This is who we are, my friend. This is all we are. Alamigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned!
Wait, zebras harm the most zookeepers. That's a great fun fact. Oh, sorry, I should be focusing. There's a dragon.
We tower above the gods. You by your gift, I by my might.
I work for these levels.
And before the resonance, the gods shall be made to kneel.
Sorry, did I miss something? You took away Sloppy Man's last sacrifice, come on. The royal menagerie now accessible. He ate a dragon. But did the dragon eat him? Yeah. Well, I guess we'll just hop right into it. Hop, skip, and jump. Unable to register. A different duty is already selected. Huh? Oh, I have to... Do I have to unselect this one and then this one and then... Bam! I figured it out. Is it Heavensward all over again? Remember to clear. Wait, what happened? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Taking over dragons. It is a very Heavensward thing. This place actually kind of... It reminds me of the Royal Palace in Istanbul a little bit. Though, of course, this is way more fantasy and far more empty. I had this in... of course, it's supposed to be that way in Dark Souls 1. But Anor Londo has the same kind of effect where even though it looks massive and it looks impressive at first glance, this place as well. Oh, sorry, it's very loud. Let me turn it down. I got lost in the source, my bad, my bad. So even though it looks really great, impressive, and tall and strong, I think the flat surfaces kind of make it seem so unbusy that it kind of feels empty. Wait, are we not? Oh yeah, it says Stormblood. It is Stormblood. Welcome to Stormblood. Oh, are you in the... Wait, but I'm not in the... Join? One of your party members did not meet the requirements. Oh, you had... you... Ah. I see. My bad. One of your party members does not meet... Okay, so it's not me. I think. Is it you? Have you fucked it up? He's not reading chat again. No, I'm not. Roll greed. Roll greed. Duty Finder has been updated with a new regular story. Stormblood fulfilled. Press O. Offline. Ah, well. I guess the Kami Capybara is not coming back. Unless he is? Question mark? Got there. Well, it is what it is. And this place, right, this place also, I like it. I really like what they're trying to do in this place. But it falls short again for being too flat. And I think I get what the designers were going for. It makes sense that they didn't want to put a lot of extra stuff and extra effort into this place. Because I imagine this not being a main city that you're supposed to return to. This is set dressing for like one area that you visit this one time. So I definitely don't hold it against any of the level designers. It's just something that you notice, that when it's so big and so flat, it feels empty. What I'm saying. It helps a lot with these flower pots made of stone.
Yeah, stone. Oh. These small bridges also. It breaks up the terrain, and that it's quick to place, and I like it. Do these have? They do have 3-dimensionality. They're a little low to the ground, as flowers are known to be. Ooh, commence. It's a roof veranda. Yeah. Yeah, it's a roof veranda. It's supposedly a menagerie also. Oh, my guy's wearing a t-shirt. This is like the weirdest part about Final Fantasy, how... Oh, okay, man. How willing they are to put random... It's not supposed to be vertically buried. Yes, it is. Everything is supposed to be vertically buried. It looks better when it's vertically buried. It's Shinryu. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Alright, let me build up some... Oh, tidal wave. Let me just stand right here next to the others. And let me enmity fight with the other tank. Ah, okay. I was not... more centered, I guess. Or I didn't notice where it was. Pew pew. No, but in on roof verandas, you do see vertical variations in real life, and you do see like alterations in the design. The more flat it looks, the more empty it looks, and that's just how it is. So, if you're supposed to show off a place where rich people used to live, it only makes sense that it looks like it's full of stuff. Oh boy, I don't understand the mechanics of this. I don't get what is happening, man. It pulled me and it pushed me. Oh, thank you. Okay. Achmon. Right? I'm just gonna stand with the flock. Empty space is a sign of wealth. I think it can be. But I don't think it is in this case. But that is a good point to bring up. Oh, we did it. Yeah, I'm following the mass. Even if I am a tank. Okay, so I'm thinking if I take the big one, the other tank can take the two smaller ones. Visual design. Very cool. I literally just broke my rule about staying with the group. Ow. Okay, I'll do the same again, I guess. Oh, activating the buff, the anger buff also gave me Surging Tempest. Very neat. Where is the right place to stand? I guess here. Ow. Where's the big one? There's no big one. Yeah, so this is why we have grass lawns. Grass is useless. I mean, both yes and no. The reason we have grass lawns is because if you want to do anything else, it's better for it to be grass than it to be something else. Active time maneuver. What? What? I haven't... I missed. What the fuck? Well, that's new. Damn, that must have looked so cool for you guys. Oh, he got Twintania. Okay, let me just heal up. And we're getting there, slowly. But there's a big tail. Should I do something about that? Oh, quick time events. We just had a discussion about quick time events and why they're awful. And by just, I mean earlier in this stream. Do I hit this tail? It seems all of the DPSs are hitting the tail. So it must be right, right? Left? Wrong? Oh, people are walking around for... Oh, I see. Okay. I get you. Let me heal myself a little bit. And also activate damage reduction and just get healed by the healers, because they are good at the game, unlike me, who has to be bad. Okay, now there's water pools, and I guess if I just don't go into them, it's probably fine. Same goes for those things. Oh, I can use this thing. Oh, I didn't see the tail. Oh goodness. That's a lot of light. Was that a healer LB3? Ah, what happened? Oh, he hits the blue parts. I see. And that crushed. Okay, and then I fall. I'm learning. And I'm getting revived because these healers are goated. Oh, I just almost walked out. Again, goated healers. I went in with no health. And they just healed me up because I love them. Okay. Does the tape... What? Ah! Okay. Okay, we live. He shoot me. Okay. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. And the somewhere we're getting is a good place. Okay. I just keep repeating myself because I'm trying to not die to stupid stuff. And I'm somewhat succeeding because I'm still alive. Oh, we got him. Just like 2 hours ago. Yeah, well, it's just for me. Okay. Oh, play accommodation. That is a nice picture.
And I hate that. And left and okay. I did say the healers were good. I did not notice which one of them were good. So we're just leaving. Hands in the air. Cutscene. Let us enjoy this cutscene together. He's coming back. Back to the ugly veranda. Man, what a loser. He probably failed a quick time event. Couldn't be me.
Are you alright?
I'm so good.
Xenos.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted.
Alright, you have the cursed sword.
There is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it.
Men will literally start a multi-front, a massive war against multiple empires just to instead of going to therapy. I got there. I could have delivered
Not
that much
you could
better.
ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
Coward!
Stop!
Man, she really just propelled herself by the power of fart.
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
So what was the storyline about the cursed sword about? Where did that go? Where did it come from?
Where is he?
Wait, Sean Bean survived?
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lys. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
No more cheers, please. Please. I beg of you. I was stuck in cheer hell for 20 minutes.
You're right. Thank you. Without you... well, you know. So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
Congratulations! Ninja 1 and Ninja 2? Oh yeah, they were in this expansion too, I guess.
In Crimson it began, and in Crimson it ended. And then we were free.
Very cute. Sitting here with a smile on my face. It's very silly also, but I respect
what is
it.
freedom, really?
Well, sorry. Sheesh.
We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. "20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding. It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't. Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you.
No, not this cheering again. Please.
This is the end. The end of the imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
Oh no. I left the curse on the screen. Alright. Very cute. Somehow I thought it would take me longer than 4 months to complete. But it managed. We managed. Now there's just, you know, patch quests and then 2 more expansions and 2 more sets of patch quests. Do I like this more or less than Heaven's Ward? That's a good question. I think Heaven's Ward certainly had a lot more low points. Where I think the design of the areas were just not that interesting. Whereas the area design markedly improved between Alamigo, China, the Ruby Sea, and Mongolia. And I suppose the more human story also sells it. And also they don't have the flying islands, which was not my favorite area. And I suppose the characters were more interesting also. All in all, a fine experience. Though long. Yeah. Yeah, I think I prefer Stormblood over Heaven's Ward. So that's nice. That means the next expansion is going to be slightly better. And after that, slightly better again. Oh, this piece of shit. Oh, I forgot his existence. There are still patch quests. Yeah. Yeah. And a patch quest is like, what, a third of an expansion. It feels that way whenever I think back on them. I'm sure they will change your opinion. Oh boy. I'm so excited. Nah, it's probably gonna be fine. God, the patch quest for Heaven's Ward was so much, like, The first part of it was just running around and talking to people over and over and over again, and like nothing moving forward ever. I imagine a lot of the patch quests for the beginning of this will just be setting up communications between Doma and Alamigo. And then maybe Lise and Hien can kiss. Oh goodness, I'm so excited. My favorite ship. Because the other ship design has been really weird. Oh, the Ninja Turtles, or the Samurai Turtles, more like. Ah, swimming, that's what they're doing. I was a little confused. Yeah, so all in all, the thematic of this expansion was like breaking through barriers was a lot of it. I don't know if you noticed, but it happened multiple times. Oh, that was when she stepped. Oh, the ship in the patches. No. Yeah. Well, I'm excited, so be careful about spoiling that we're going to spaceships, because that would be awkward. Yeah, so like breaking through barriers, meeting new people. I felt like I had something to wrap it in a tight little neat bow. Because every expansion, and by every I mean both, it's been meeting people who distrust you and then working to gain their trust. That's like, whenever you meet a new group, that's just what happens in this game. There's also responsibility and passing on the torch. That's like another greater or overall thematic of this expansion. Yeah, breaking down barriers, going like new stuff, setting up for new stuff. It's the young replacing the old. Which was also, I suppose, part of the second expansion, but more so this passing on the torch. I really like this area. We're just more alien, I suppose. This song is great. Yeah. It really sells that it's China. Yeah. Oh. I really hope they do more like strange cultures, or introducing us to like places where we have to bridge a gap in understanding. That was really neat. Of course, I also have to be interested in it. Because bridging... I mean, there was the fairy place in the first expansion, but like, nothing was handled well in the first expansion. Sorry, not first expansion, A Realm Reborn 2.0. But yeah, with the thing is, with Conrad dying, with Hien's father being dead, with Gosetsu dying, so when Sean Bean handed his sword to Pippin, I was like, holy shit, Sean Bean is dying. This is like so foreshadowed. I cannot believe how obvious this is. And then Sean Bean lives. Sean Bean of all characters, Sean Bean is the father figure that survives. He already lost one arm. It's quite surprising. I gotta say. Not necessarily disappointing, because again, it was so obvious that he would die, but he survived off screen. So good for him, I guess. But I did okay, so another minor point of critique. I think it's a little sad how Xenos ended up stealing Sloppy Man's, the Griffin's thunder, right? Because the Griffin, in the beginning of the expansion, he gave himself to create this big dragon. And then Xenos is like, I am the dragon now. I'm like, okay, but what about the Griffin, man? Also, the big robot. Whatever happened to the big robot? We sent out a big robot in the beginning, and we got help from the scientist. And Nero? Was that his name? Nero? We got help from him, and he was like, yeah, time to wake up this ancient super weapon. And then he just fucked off for the rest of the expansion. I want to know what happened to my main man Nero. Yeah, who knows? Oh yeah, and Estinian showed up randomly. I feel like they're trying to show that the world is huge, but it feels so random that they just probably won't come back later. No, that's impossible. But it just, yeah, it feels random. It's like, yeah, I think it's because they set aside time for specific characters and have those characters shine. And in this expansion, it was like Lise mainly. Even Thancred took like took a step aside. And then there's Yotsuru, Getsetsu, Hien. Hien was introduced, but the two others also got a lot of time to shine. But the others were like way less important. Is this why people hate Lise? Is because like she just took over this entire expansion. And everything in this expansion is just like lease this and lease that. She should lease a car and drive away. Although, yeah, well, I kind of get it. Because none of the characters so far, I feel, are strong enough to carry an expansion on their back. So whatever character they would place in front would probably just take the brunt of that. Because any character would be grating over time. Oh yeah, Alice was also super important in this expansion. Alphinaud always important, unfortunately. But yeah, Alice was really important this expansion. Because she wasn't there for the previous ones. kind of forgot. Yeah, like the twins. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these, is there a character that could have... I feel like at this point, Thancred for me, he's just walking that razor edge between being too stupid and being really cool. I don't think he could have carried it. Hien, maybe Hien could, but he was introduced this expansion, so I'll cut him some slack. He did carry half of it. What other? Rauban was very important in this one. In general, I like the leaders of the different city-states of original Eorzea. Actually, I also like the... You know what? I just like the leaders of the different city-states. They're very cool. It's like... I forgot what his name is. Blue Man of Ishgard, the current Prime Minister of Ishgard. Not the Sultana, but Rauban, who is the general. Melpreb and Kalis Sena. They are all interesting. I like them. I like their design. I like their voice acting. I like what they stand for. I like to listen when they talk. And then I guess Lys is now the leader of a city-state. Okay, so I guess one of them I don't like that much. But otherwise, pretty great stuff. Oh, I can change. I think I'll just change that to slightly faster. Yeah, so, but the food situation, that's gonna be kinda nuts. Because I've already declared I won't be leaving the house for the next 4 days. So, but I don't think I have enough food for 4 days. So that's going to be really exciting once I hit day 3. Do I really have to leave the house? I guess so. Since I'm too cheap for DoorDash. Or whatever the equivalent in Denmark is. Or you could go and buy some. Yeah, but again, I'd have to exit my home. And you know, you see the issue? Because I do. Oh, Marie-Pierre Martin? Yeah, good. We're on the same page. Yeah, but tomorrow I'm doing Blender tutorials the whole day. And by the whole day, I mean probably not, because I have a limited attention span. But maybe I can finish the next set of tutorial, the animation part of the tutorial. Ooh, exciting! And then Friday I'm working from home. So technically I am working Friday because I didn't want to waste a vacation day for it. Thursday being a vacation, Friday not being a vacation, but the office is closed. Very snazzy. Yeah, so it's gonna be... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna start refinement on the tasks for the next sprint. That's gonna be me. And what I mean by that is we don't quite know what our tasks are in software development world. We kind of figure that out as we go. We just have a broad idea of what we have to do. So refinement is figuring out what the task entails and how long it's going to take. Yeah, and we set aside 1 week out of the 3 weeks of work for that. So a third of the work is just planning. I mean, I think that's normal in a lot of fields. If not even more so nowadays. You can't just go in and start doing stuff. There are very few fields where you can just do things. Because timelines and investors and what have you. You know, considering I entered this stream with way too low energy and kind of a I don't want to do this kind of attitude, it turned out pretty good. Especially because we got the epic win at the end here. It was a good idea that I didn't just stop immediately when I hit the dungeon. Because that would have been a really awkward start on the next stream where I would just sit here. Company-specific methods. Always. There are always company-specific methods. You would think that coding standards exist so everyone would follow those coding standards, but no, coding standards exist so you can have blood feuds about which coding standard to use. Imagine if everyone followed the same religion. Monkey's paw curls as Christianity splits into 3 and Islam appears and splits into 4. But they're all Abrahamic religions though. Yeah, great. If only we could be friends. I mean, most people can be friends and can be cordial about it. Unfortunately, history has shown that some people like to use excuses to do horrible things to one another. Yeah. But I have run out of bread, so I think I have to go buy stuff. Havoc Software? Are they still alive? Wait, what are they doing on this game? Hold on. Havoc Software games. Wait, Havoc is a game engine. I'm stupid. In all this time, I thought it's because back in the day when I played the game that's called Dawn of War. Dawn of War used the Havoc engine, and whenever I saw Havoc show up in the beginning, I was like, oh, they just worked with THQ and made this cool game, and Relic Entertainment, very cool, I like it, because Havoc is also the name of a unit for Chaos Space Marines in Dawn of War. So I just thought that, like, oh, this is like the breakout game, or it's connected to Games Workshop or something. But no, it's the engine. It's literally just the engine. God, I feel so stupid. Yeah. Well, you learned something. And also, what an ancient engine. Ooh, cutscene on the ugly veranda. Gasp. Oh, it's just him.
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made.
I was about to say, did no one pick him up? Wait, oh, he stole the eyes. Right.
Feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether.
Alright, what are you doing this time?
Still, better safe than sorry.
Alright, so last time it was thrown into a deep ravine, and then he got possessed, then it was thrown into a deep ravine, then it was reclaimed from the deep ravine, and then it was stolen by the griffin. And now we're here. So I imagine these eyes are just going to be like, no, I will not die. I will fly away into the next expansion. That's my guess. Okay, I guess I was fucking wrong then. Sheesh. Alright. My bad, slime.
There ends your hateful legacy.
And no one picked up the eyes afterwards. Like, they killed the man and they didn't pick up the eyes. Well. No voice acting. Okay, it just felt like a little jarring without it.
It's over.
My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive his son.
What nonsense.
Oh, the Azkabans! You do not mourn his loss? You surprise me, your radiance. He was your son and heir, and an irreplaceable test subject.
I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on the very essence. Icons summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans.
Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same. Preservation, restoration.
Compression, resurrection. All in service.
What is that Powerwolf song?
Resurrection by erection. All is in service to you, to your one true God. And whence the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals?
Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring.
How dare you?
Okay. Supposedly suspenseful. No, it's back! Oh, they stopped cheering. I am free! I am free! And with that, I think it's time to end the stream finally. We're only 1 hour and 7 minutes. And almost 9 minutes actually. Ahead of in front. Oh, Hakuro. And Yogiri and Hien. What are you all doing here? Ahead of schedule. So ahead of schedule. What am I saying? No, it's like overtime. Yeah, that's the thing. Overtime. Melchep. They're all still here. Ow. Very good, very nice, very snazzy, very snaz. I think everyone has essentially fallen asleep at their monitors at this point, because I have that effect on people. I am essentially a walking ASMR machine. And by that I mean in the sense that when people listen to me, they're like, oh, I wish this guy would just shut up. But at least the stuff he's talking about is so boring that I can fall asleep to it, because I have no other choice. Staying awake is too... Hold up. That was very loud. Because staying awake is... I keep talking, I always keep talking. Staying awake is too much of a massive hassle. It's because I don't want to say goodbye. I want to wait, you know. I want to wait by saying goodbye because I want to hang out, and then I want to wait for so long that it becomes so awkward, and you're like, hey, please leave my home. I like go home at this point. I want to go to bed. And then I'll be like, but I don't want to go home. I wanna stay around. And then I stay around for so long, then you guys are like, please, it's no longer a good experience. You ruined the experience. And then I'll tell myself, oh my god, I ruined it forever for everyone, and including myself, but especially my friends. And now that everything is ruined, I can never look them in the eye again. I can never start another stream. I can never come visit their house, and Adam will break up with me after we got married. It's absolutely unacceptable. Anyway, I'll be back in 1 week. As you can see from my very lackluster schedule that I made, I still stream every Wednesday at 18 local time for 4 hours. And by local time, I mean European Standard Time, I believe it's called, European Central Time. It's the either +1 or +2. I believe you guys can figure it out. Otherwise, those of you who are here are probably also in the Discord, and it will automatically ping because I set that shit up. Yeah, that's it. I will once again thank you dearly for arriving not on time for all of you, but arriving whenever you deemed it appropriate. And now the time has come to take my leave and slowly move my hand towards the stop streaming button. And if I press the least important one first, because no one has been writing on it, yeah, of course. Yeah, you can do the Discord thing. Yeah, it doesn't work, you idiot. Wrecked. Yeah, and with that, it's time to stop the stream. Goodbye to you all, and talk to you next time. Bye bye. That was the stream